Can you hear me now? Oh my god. Gallagher, thank you for the subscription earlier. And Jojosen, thank you for the prime. Awesome. Sound is good. All right. So yeah, welcome everyone to the stream tonight. Another week is passing. Feels like somehow it feels like I'm almost streaming every second day now. It's just crazy. Time is flying, guys. How's your beard? It's pretty good, thank you. Pretty good. Let me see here. Thank you very much, Ebifar. I'm glad you're here. Always something every week, eh? Indeed. It just feels faster and faster. It's like I said, it feels almost like I'm streaming every second day. It's just so fast. And also I feel a little bit bad because, again, it feels like, holy shit, it's the day to stream and always a little time to prepare interesting streams. So that's a little struggle also because of the little time in between them. So I've been thinking of maybe it's more suitable to run them every second week. What do you think, guys? Just to try to get a little time and prepare them a little bit more, make them a little bit more interesting and more efficient every second week. What do you say? Sure, I mean, thank you for the subscription. And Balric, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Every week, sure. Keep them weekly. I guess some of you want to keep them weekly because we have the weekly giveaways. I don't know, but I mean, sure. If you know, if people enjoy them and find it interesting to tune in, even though I have less time to prepare them, you know, we may continue. But like I said, you know, I want to make sure it's also interesting for you guys, that you're maybe looking forward to the streams also. Big for second week or short week? Could do shorter streams and alternate new content versus in game. Yeah, maybe something like that. I do have a tendency to overdo the streams. You know, when I'm aiming for around 2 hours, it's not unusual to hit 3 or even 4 hours sometime, as you can understand. And you know, that's we may be looping a lot of questions eventually, which makes it a little bit less interesting, right? So I'm gonna try to improve, make them a little bit more efficient, so we don't just bloat them too much. Shorter streaming, yeah, exactly. I do run over time too easily, so I'm gonna try to focus on keeping them more efficient. Want to be on a combat test team? Should I email you? You can always contact support. You know, we have changed quite a bit in the past. It was quite a while ago since we noticed that obviously we need professional testers. We said this before. There's always a problem to have a constant effective testing phase if we just depend it on, you know, whoever want to join in whenever it sounds interesting, right? And obviously sometimes we have content that are not very exciting to test, which means we may be suffering polish or bug fixing in those areas, because obviously we can't just rely on players jumping in whenever they can. So that's why we decided back then to hire an external company that have a full-time employee QnA experts just focusing on our list. So we give them all tasks, from obviously fun to boring grinding tasks, to make sure we have as stable patches as possible. And obviously that have helped immensely to secure patches. Chicka boom. Indeed. Your weekly streams mimic indicate development up regardless of it actually being the case. Complete random question here. Is there no more lightning strikes in the game? There should be. I have seen, you know, whenever I've seen that there are a tendency to be cloudy, I actually haven't seen lightning strikes for quite a while in the game. Have anyone seen them? Or it could be that requirement is just out of reach on live currently, which obviously makes it less exciting. So I've actually thought about that myself. So it could be that the threshold is a little bit too high. So we may have to tweak that, because obviously when it's the terms and the weather is right, there should be some nice lightning strikes every now and then. I've seen lightning in the sky at least. Okay, haven't seen them ever since weather update. I've seen lightning before weather update. Before weather update. I haven't seen them hit on the ground anymore, only seen them far off in the clouds. Okay, so there are some, right? It sounds like the threshold still needs some tweaking, so it's become not too rare. Because it looks quite spectacular when the clouds lights up, and obviously when it can also strike down near a player. So we may have to do some tweakings there then. Gone since weather patch. Seems there are some lightnings, but not very frequent anymore. Still occur, but they don't happen too much. Yeah, exactly. So we will see if we can tweak them a little bit, because I agree, the lightning strikes looks very epic. Imagine having that lightning strike in the background, making a video of a fight. You know, it adds to the feeling. Haiku Zo. Seen a lot of springbugs in the sky. Yeah, so we're gonna wipe all those flying creatures. There are some certain spots, you know, I think we all noticed them when running around in the world. Obviously we want to remove those so it looks more in place. Can we see weather changes with elementalism? You will be able to change the weather with elementalism, yes. Is the temperature coming with elementalism? So you will be able to change the temperatures along with elementalism. Again, as we said before, Milan is not meant to go to any extreme temperature ranges, so you will have minimum impact on your gear and clade and body temperatures. And then the more, you know, further you go to any of the extremes, such as other continents especially, you will see more effect in that area. But yeah, you will be able to affect it more obviously by affecting the weather with Elementalism spell. And I do have an update when it comes to the Elementalism work we have. Any plans to make weather transition smoother when changing nodes? Yeah, there's obviously room for tweaking the weather system, rearranging the threshold for the different effects, tweak foggy areas that are quite heavily foggy very often, and transitions being a little bit more smooth over time. So yes, for sure. What's important is that the system is in place and now we can tweak it slowly forward. Lightning should randomly strike houses and cause them to burn down. That's quite harsh. I like randomly getting killed by lightning too, though. Yeah, you know, you need to be in way out of luck to get hit by struck by the lightnings, and sometimes it can be deadly. No patch this week. John Oldman, thank you for a subscription. Finally back from work. Time to drink some hot tea and watch Elementalism news. Thank you very much. Welcome. 12-month Prime. Thank you. Right, let me jump down a little bit here, and I'm gonna go through before I jump more into questions and such. All right, so as you know, we are working very hard on two very important factors. Obviously, when it comes to VFX on spells, that's something you can tweak into infinity. So we kind of need to just make sure that this looks good, we're happy with that, and it represents the effect of the spell. So that's one of the things, right? So if, for instance, if a spell collide on the ground and explodes, we want to make sure that that explosion visual impact matches the actual where it do take damage. So things make sense, right? And there's a lot of tweaking going on there. Burger Cronin, thank you for the subscription. Suggestion: Fat Mage needs an adjustment, please. If mounted archer can't banish horses, and horses mage shouldn't be able to heal their horses as well. So I'm going to go through a little bit coming in this patch that also affects this area. But I'm going to start with Elementalism as I was talking about. So, and as you know, we have in total 70 spells for Elementalism. We went a little bit overboard. It's offer a lot, so it's a very big school, and therefore also 3 primaries. You can choose to go fully Elementalism, obviously, or you can go halfway, or a mix of it. So it depends on how much you want to access the spells and how many primaries you want to invest in Elementalism. And of course, the main rule is real prioritize flying on the servers, from slow to faster ones, and a lot of specific components along with most of the spells. So we've been quite overwhelmed with the rounds of balancing both stats and VFX. So we decided to make sure that we don't throw in a lot of spells and have quite a lot of worry when it comes to balance issues, being OP or too underpowered, not useful and such. We have a lot of important things in this patch that also heavily affects the network side, getting a preparation for TC. And we really want to get this patch live as soon as we can now, because it's also something, as I mentioned, very important for TC. There are specific components for TC. So we decided that rather than pushing it slowly forward every week, we decided to start this next patch with 2 of the groups for Elementalism rather than 5 or 6. So we can focus on having them very tight, working, stable, and also balance-wise. So we're starting with, instead of pushing it a little bit, we want to go live a little bit earlier, because we want to have the main components live as soon as we can. So again, I don't want to say the exact date, for obvious reasons, but we're doing some rearrangement in the upcoming patches, moving places on some things, to just make the patches more stable and controlled, and also without causing too much delays that change our schedule. So we're doing some tweaks there and rearrangement on the schedule. We may even update the roadmap parts a little bit, because there's a few components, right? We know how important TC is for a lot of the players, including a few thousands that are planning to come back on TC patch. There are going to be a lot of conflicts, a lot of wars, suspected. So we know how important it is that we're ready for that step. And we're still obviously working on that and are on track. That means we are rearranging some other components that are not specifically tied to this, to just make sure we are on control when it comes to delivering the patches. Yeah, we will shortly do an update when we have confirmed the 2 groups of spells that we're working on. As soon as those are confirmed, we plan to go live with the patch. And then we'll follow up with smaller patches where we improve and polish a few areas, including adding those other groups to complement the fully Elementalism patch. Yes, we have an update on Mulva bags and armors also. The armors for Mulvas is done to my knowledge now, and the bags are done. So there's one component left, just to add the bags in first step. We may have some bag in this next patch or the follow-up patch, a few of them. They are rigged and skinned and pretty much ready. There's a few stats that need to be put from some other developers, and that's it. So we're getting very close, and those are very important. We need heavy transporting components for the TC patch, and that's why we need bags for Mulvas and Cambarons. Those are the heavy transporters, pretty much. Yeah, so obviously we're looking into balance where we know that there's safe small tweaks. So we're collecting a lot of data over the months. The tower shields are a little bit off. I think we can all agree that their weight effect is not really where it's supposed to be, so we're doing a small tweak there. There's a little bypass by the mental healing that works more as a mana battery rather than a boost to the mana regen which kind of bypasses the reason why we don't have instant mana potions. So it kind of wrecks the balance for mages and some of the spells abused by mages using heavy armor without getting the design penalty. So we're getting some tweaks there. So the height will be adjusted. Weight's going to be adjusted on tower shields. We're going to have a long weighted dismount knockdown mechanic in place. We have everything in place now when it comes to the knockdown, except the animation for actually falling on your butt. It's a very tricky system to make it look good and somewhat realistic because of the velocity, direction you can fall down, and a lot of factors. But we have all the components. You can be knocked down. Not only that, we also fix the lances, guys. I know that there's been quite a few of you asking for the lances to finally be fixed, and the great news, the lances can now knock down when you thrust with them. When you get knocked down, obviously you fall off your horse, and the horse gonna behave very, quite realistic, interesting, riding away, getting a little scared, so you can't just remount directly again that you can on live. So you first have to kind of keep track of the horse, getting back to it, and then you can mount. But it will also be immobilized a brief moment when you get knocked down from a mount. So better mount balance in general, pretty much with this patch. And yes, you will be able to knock down with lances. So we got some good fixes there that a lot of you guys are giving feedback on. A lot of polishing fixes as usual. You will see that in the upcoming patch notes, obviously. Some very good improvement overall. And like I said, a very exciting big thing is the network capacity overall update. We're doing a lot of work again, and that's one of the biggest step forward, I would say, since Steam release. We've done several optimization, but this next one is a huge one as well. And that will also give us some tools so we can calculate some more accurate numbers on player data performance, how many we may be able to serve on Myrland before Somera gets a little, iffy. So it's a very exciting patch, and we want that in as soon as we can now so we can prepare for the big one. Yeah, if we thought Mortal 1 had bloodbaths in TC Wars, then we see nothing yet. We will see much greater scales in Mortal 2, that's for sure. So that's going to be exciting to see. And of course, a lot of work being done to TC. Did you say you're going to reduce mana regen? No, so there's a natural mana regen penalty when it comes to having weight as a armor weight and shield as a mage, as you know. But obviously, if we look at what happens now, there's different tactics arriving into the game, and some of them bypasses the intended game design and balance. Like you can run around in heavy armor as a mage, so you have no mana regen at all, and you don't care about it because you have a mana battery next to you, mental healing, stuff like that. And that there was a very important balance factor why we didn't have instant mana potions to just keep refilling them 100% in one click. But mental healing bypasses that in a very similar way. The design is actually that it's meant to affect your mana regen, not just increase the mana instantly max again. I'm sure some of you guys have seen that tactic where groups bypasses that and it just wrecks the balance pretty much. So some important balance parts pretty much being corrected by some of this. Game's been running good after I reduced my RAM megahertz and reapplied thermopaste. That's interesting. Obviously, overheating is always a bad thing for throttling, right? So that's something. Yeah, so the armor, Molva armor, I'm not sure if in which one the armor is coming. The latest update I got from Artist was that it's supposed to be done now, but there are several steps, right? Artist is doing one thing, and then it's get rigged and skinned, and then stats to it, and then, testing. So I'm not sure when the armor is actually, if it's going in this or next one or the next one. I'm talking about small following up patches, so I'm not talking about the main elementalism, and then the main next patch is obviously TCS, we have some small in between at currently. Melquibaros, thank you for the prime. So let's see. Do you think Outsource is in a good spot at the moment? Obviously, Outsource is a very popular, very powerful group spell counter. What's very important balance-wise that you're getting in this next patch is obviously alchemy components resistance. And like I said, your heavy mages in heavy armor are not going to be able to fully recharge the mana with mana batteries and keep shooting them. So that will change, and that's a very important balance. So I think they will be much more aligned in a proper balance in this next patch. And you know, we're getting additional AoE spells with Elementalism as well. So obviously our search is just one of those few. There will be more with Elementalism. So that's why we wanted that kind of balance and defense options. You know, options for players to adapt against specific magic and spells. So there are some options for players. Options are always good, and it gives more tactics also. When work be done on meshing the weather with Skybox? Not sure what you mean with meshing the weather. I commented on the weather a little bit before. You know, the system is in place, but there are room for tweaks for sure. How do you describe Elementalism? Pretty much the same way as you describe any other scroll to your book. You will learn the skills and be able to scribe specific spells to be able to create them. Why not add naming of bags on client side? We will add naming of bags eventually in one of those quality of life content patches. We have a list of a lot of good suggestions from the player base. It's just that you know, we have quite a few of them, and we need to prioritize the first big important things, such as the obviously bugs polish, stability, and the main game content that everyone is very much looking forward to. And then we just going to continue with additional quality of life and additional content after that. Let's see. Like I said, our search may be in a good spot after this next patch. Obviously, if there's something completely standing out in the wrong way, not really following intended game design, we may follow up a little bit on that. But I think we need the components first to know, right? So, and we're getting some of those important things in the next patch. When it comes to TC, what's the long game? With no TC structures, all we will be doing is house stronghold fighting. So you mean what you get from TC, or what do you mean? So obviously TC is the big thing where you can construct your own cities. So you will be able to construct a city, run it successfully or privately, open to anyone, or set your own rules. Should it be closed one, only services to your guild, or publicly open? There's a synergy to actually have citizens and trades going. That's positive for your city. You're gonna be able to profit in some ways when doing that, to promote player trades and transporting over the world, and to maintain your city's efficiency and services. You also need to make sure you have proper trading routes, supply lines in operation, which also promotes a lot of player interaction, player transportation. And along with that comes the obvious ones, right? When groups collide or want to pirate each other's, or you know, rob each other's, or whatever that may be. So you will be able to construct different services, very similar to a NPC city. And then over time, we will add more components and services. Something we want to add quite early after the first, you know, main pack is meteor drops. It was very successful in the first game, and it gives groups always something interesting to fight for if that's something anyone is interested in, or simply gaining those powers for your guilds and obtain bonuses from those relics. And like I said, there's a lot that ties into this in the future that just makes it keep evolving in different ways, depending on, again, what the players are interested in, what kind of services or gameplay features would you like to see in upcoming roadmaps that ties into TC or other areas. Keyboard Crumbs, thank you for the bits. Let's talk about the future of both siege equipment versus tornadoes. Any chance of movable wagons, caravans, trade packs once boats are in game? Sea creatures, sea dungeons. So, I mean, siege weapons, tornadoes is coming quite soon, right? With the TC patch, we get tornadoes. There will be a few different types. Some of them affect structures. Some of them are a little bit more effective against siege machineries, and of course, they all affect players in different ways. Some of these more powerful spells also require the specific right weather circumstances, so you can't just go up there and expect to cast it instantly. You may have to prepare the weather, which also means the defender elementalist may prevent that from happening. And yeah, so when it comes to boats and ships, that's a very huge complex system that have been a steady growing feature request for the game that we do plan to add to the game, but we haven't been sure of, you know, how large have the interest been in that feature from the community, basing on how many players want to participate in a feature and how much work it is. Obviously, it's something we always evaluate and choose what to do in upcoming sprints. I'm guessing that ships is one of them big features that are actually growing when it comes to the community wants to have in the game. So when we fully deliver this roadmap, we're going to have that interaction with the community to see if that's the case still. If the majority of players that want a new feature to the game, and one of them are to be the ship system, then obviously we're going to start prioritizing that feature. So it depends a lot on that. But yeah, I'm suspecting more and more looking forward to it. And I actually see entire communities from other ship games actually showing their interest that I want to start playing Mortal Online whenever we get the ship system. I don't care about the rest. I want to be a pirate. And that day will arrive. The question is when and how many want it, right? And thank you for the gifts, Keyboard Crumbs. Very kind of you. And of course, along with ships, we need to make sure there's proper enough content surrounding ships. You know, like you said, sea creatures, rewards, islands to visit, dangers, threats, and being able to place siege weaponry on your ships as well, so you can actually fight other ships, or if there are other pirates you want to fight off. And eventually we have a whole continent on the water, which obviously also requires ships to be operational for that to be logical. Phantom TV, like I said before, we are making sure that we have the polish and bug fixing we need to have in place before we move forward with very important steps. And so like I said, every patch we're delivering now includes packed with polish and fixes. And we have a very good solid plan to make sure we have covered pretty much everything you guys pointed out to be a very bad gaming experience due to that situation. And the plan is to have that covered for the Epic Game Patch, because that's when we turn up the volume, bring in players, new players, start marketing influencers, and obviously want to make sure that a new player experience is solid. So yes, very much so. I'm curious just to see if there is some common grounds just here in this room here. What is your main bug that you think is, this is the most annoying thing? If you fix this one, I'm gonna be happy for a good run. I'm curious to see if you're pointing out the same ones that we have internally. I'm just curious. Spider Mastery. Peasant AI pathing, no lines, rise of bombs. Constant game hitching from level streaming. Yeah, level streaming is a occurring one, that's for sure. Mini freezes, the same one again. Cream flag, no reset, that's a big one, yes. We have that one on the list. I see that being repeated quite a bit here. So, yeah, there's no one standing out that is not on our high prioritized table, so that's good. That's what I wanted to see. And yes, we have done a lot of work on AI pathing, so that comes in this patch also. So we have pulled a lot of client crashes issues, AI pathing issues, and that's also included in this next patch. That's why we want to push it very shortly live, because there's so many good polishing and fixes in this patch. And yes, the work when it comes to the mini freezes, level streamings, is a reoccurring annoyance for a lot of the players, and we have them identified, we have them on the table, and we are crunching through them, and that will be greatly improved along with the Unreal Engine patch. So yeah, it's good to see that we have them on the highest order of things that it seems like most of you guys have been expressing here when I asked you about those annoyances. So it's going to be very exciting, obviously, to have those ones covered so we can more fully enjoy the game without those annoyances. Yes, we have made a fix for the GeForce issue crashes. So again, this patch gonna be very good for a lot of players that suffer from those GeForce login issues. So that's also another good reason we want to put it live as soon as we can, because we know a lot of people are struggling getting online. So yeah. How has the change to allow blunt damage on mounted lenses worked out in tests so far? So we changed our rule for the lenses. The problem that why it couldn't knock down on one is because we need a certain blunt damage threshold to be met, but we excluded that rule for lenses because obviously the lens's purpose is to smack you down, right? So it doesn't require that threshold, and therefore it works very well. With a good hit impact, you will be able to be knocked off rather than having the requirement with blunt also. So it will be a more reliable weapon when you get a good hit, pretty much. Yes, whenever we have time without stress with one of our coders, we're gonna give the humans that are missing stat pool. Colors are one of them, Corites is one of them, and then there's a little bit on a few others. We're gonna try to add that a little boost as soon as it's possible, but I can't say when. But it's on our table to do. It just is something we can't rush because we need to make sure the calculation is correct, or all the human builds and Thursa builds may be wrecked up, and we want to avoid that, right? Pierce. So the lances uses the pierce damage to be able to dismount. It doesn't require the blunt damage. Will miasma be fixed in the next patch? Fixed how, you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. The criminal system will have its work for the Epic patch. That's one of the big components in Epic patch. The whole new player experience, task, nations, and standings will be getting a huge update and revamp, along with the zone rules in the world. heat be enabled to affect body heat and stamina with next patch. So we are not enabling the world temperature yet. We need to add specific zones in entire Midland to make sure we have full control. And as I said, we're not getting a lot of bang for the buck for that work right now, because it's just meant to be a small effect in the colder region, in the far north, and in the far south, a small increase in heat effect. And then in the between, there won't be any affecting, pretty much. We have spells affecting the heat temperatures, though, that will just simply work as expected. If I increase your body temperature a little bit, you will be a little, depending on your gear and so on, your stamina may be affected while you have that debuff on you until you remove the debuff or it just runs out. And same thing if you are frozen. Slobius Joe, thank you for the gifts. Shinul, thank you for the bits. When are we getting the patch? We will get it as soon as we have approved the balance and overall VFX on the two main groups of elementalism that we start with. So we want to push it out real soon, because like I said, there's so many fixes and improvements, crash fixes for several players that suffers from that. So we need to get that in place. And also the big network optimization. We want to make sure it runs as intended, and so we can get our data from the new system. But yeah, I won't mention any dates yet, but very soon is the goal. Floating animals will be removed, yes. Fierce Gaming, thank you for the prime. Will there ever be new mineable rocks and or refined metals? Dunsky Dev. Eventually, yes. There will be a few new resources, regions in these next patches also that will be distributed on Milan in a few areas. My bet is still Mars second. You mean for elementalism? No, elementalism, as I said, we're breaking it up in some of those groups because we have so many. Elementalism is like, what, 4 schools in one. It's a little crazy, but that's how elementalism is. And you will have to decide if you want to go fully deep into it, invest more primers, or just, a part of it. We're starting with the main 2 groups that everyone are, asking for when it comes to Magic. And that is, shit, what is the name again of those groups? The names are quite specific. But, a lot of those that many are expecting as different types of projectiles from slow to fast ones. Some AOE in those different types of effects. So there's a nice versatile arsenal with those spells. And then we are following up quite quickly afterwards to add an next bunch. And it's a very good way for us also to give them control in a controlled way, because it's so many, it's quite chaotic to go through them all in a very high detail level. 300 points waiting for full elementalism. That will be 170 arsenal in total eventually when you have collected them all. Teveran, thank you for subscription. I'm looking forward to the next patch. We are very much excited about it as well, because there's so many good polish and fixes and overall that it's not only Magic. Magic have been, the big thing that players are obviously looking for, but there's so much under the service that is very important for the game as well. So it's gonna feel awesome to have that in place. We are prepared to follow up if something goes wrong, because there's so many huge components added to that patch. That's why we want to split it a little bit and be efficient to be able to follow up very quickly if there's something that needs to be attended. You can only fit 40 spells on hotbar. Yeah, so obviously we heard a feedback that along with what the hell happened here? Along with a lot more spells. It would be nice if we can make a hotkey for changing pages. As you've seen on the hotbars, there's a number, right? So you can actually change pages up to 9 or so, which means you will have a lot more if you can, with a hotkey, flips page and you access a whole new setup of hotbars. So I think that would be helpful, right? We need more bars though. I mean, we have 4 bars, and if you can flip all of those 9 times, you know, that's 4 multiplied with 9. Isn't that enough? You will never go through that many, right? Flipping bars doesn't help unless you can hotkey it. Exactly as I said, we need a hotkey to flip pages, right? Obviously not very effective. You have to go up there with your mouse and click it and then use it. Understandable, right? So yeah, a hotkey to be able to flip pages, and I think you have enough of pages. Am I right or not? Broad Street Bully, thank you for the prime, or subscription, I mean. So we're gonna follow up with a few tweaks and fixes after the Elementalism is fully done, code-wise, polish-wise. We know ritual needs some stuff. You know, we have it on our cards. If you make a super unique binds allocate to each bar, sure. Yeah. Hello, I like your game. Hello, Smoke. Happy to hear it. If we had a hotkey, we'd be fine, I think. Yeah, I think so too, right, Profo? Bro, from that 70 spells, you'll use 6 max. So yeah, obviously, I doubt people will be running around with all 70 and mix through them all. They are very unique and different to each other, so I'm sure players are going to find out a lot of different values to use them in different ways. And then obviously there will be preferences and, you know, min-maxers and all of that commonly. So I'm also sure that you're gonna pick the few ones that you enjoy and can use in those different circumstances. But they're very different from each other, from controlling them to needing specific weathers to needing space above you so you can't even cast those in a cave, to spells that are perfect for a narrow cave. So I'm sure you're gonna find a lot of good stuff. Walls, volumes. There's so many good tactical components spread out in those groups that I'm sure you're gonna find a lot. Can you explain why I decided to move the Molvas? Pretty much lore correction, and that's my responsibility. I have the lore guys that has the input when it comes to where should these flora fauna be in the world, and it makes sense. It's incorporated in lore and text and notes and books and whatever that may be, and obviously then it needs to match that, right? So I hope that makes sense. 70 spells in Elementalism, we will need more than 4 hotbars. Yes, indeed. Yes, there's a lot of good quality of life market suggestions. We are aware of those. Those are also on our lists. What the hell? Okay, let me jump down a little bit here. We haven't started the giveaway yet, guys. I will do that shortly. I will let you know. I mean, so we have those 4 hotbars, right? And if you can flip the page with a hotkey, do you need more hotbars than that? I don't think you do, right? You see what I mean, right? There's a little flip arrow on the hotbars, and if we can allow you to do hotkeys for those, you will have so many hotbars you can access, right? That should be enough. Am I right or wrong? I think 4 hotbars is enough as long as we have hotkeys, lol. Yeah, I think that should be more than enough, right? I think people want separate bars to use simultaneously. So we have 4 separate ones, and then you can flip on those 4. That gives you a ton of hotkeys to play around with. You're right, people just don't listen. I think we are, you know, gonna cover the needs that we will need for a very long time if we add hotbars to the flip pages. Only use about 10 hotbars, lol. I mean, we fully understand, right, that you want more, especially when Elementalism coming. I just want to make sure that it should be fully covered if we can flip the hotbar pages. You're correct, and this is done in many other games where hotbars are common. Yeah, exactly, punk. Who's still talking about hotbars? You know, it's quality of life and functionality and being able to be efficient with all these new schools and spells coming, so very understandable, so we can enjoy it, right? But it's just one portion of what the patch is all about, right? A lot of polished fixes and a lot more under the hood. And what are you the most excited about that you didn't get a chance to talk about yet? What do you mean in general for the whole project, or? It's a tough one to answer. There's a lot of stuff, you know, that makes me and many very excited, depending on what area we're stepping into. Can I get 20 bars filled with spells instead and just cover my screen? Of course. Cable Online did this in 2006, a hotkey to flip between hotbars. Yeah, it's quite common in most MMOs, right? Just like in Star Wars Galaxy, I think, QnA Online, and you know, I play those games as well, and those you could flip those bars. Yeah, having to flip with the mouse is crap. That's why we need to have a proper way of doing it, like a hotkey, right? What are you excited about the patch, Henrik? So, like I mentioned a bit before, obviously magic is a blast. So now we are getting the refinement level on the VFX spells, and holy shit, they look awesome. I can tell that what I've showed you so far is nothing in compared to what you're gonna play around with. I'm very excited about that. I have been very mixed feeling that I want to show this, and you're gonna, you know, freak out here in the stream. At the same time, I want the player to discover it and say, holy shit, look at this, and show the player base, you know. I've been quite mixed between those. So obviously that's going to be a blast to see how you experience those spells when you play around with them. And like I said, one of the big things that have been a pain in my stomach since Steam release, obviously as many of you know, that was part of that, has been main capacity, performance, stuff like that. And Very understandable so. We have had a lot of people being very upset and saying Star Wars will never do it. We will never get to impressive numbers. We'll never have larger scale battles than 100 without servers dying. That is a motivation for me in the team. And at the same time, obviously quite a burden and you know, rock on the shoulder to carry until we can prove them wrong, right? And I think we've taken the first step, as you have seen, the large-scale battles, proving that we can support the greatest battles in the world currently, which is extremely impressive for the little small team of Star Wars. And of course, we want to hit those crazy numbers, or exciting numbers for Milan in total general numbers as well. And a lot of that going into this next patch. Obviously, getting the data behind that, because we also have specific tools so we can make better measurements and identify what's going on. That's something I'm very excited for, to you know, have the full picture of. And you know, just a lot of in general polish that I know a lot of people are gonna say, wow, finally a blast, you know, being able to enjoy it more fully, getting less annoyances is always a huge thing when we see that reaction in a player, when you know, when we deliver good stuff, pretty much. The second character slot is debates that we always have, right? And the same question or the answer on those are as it's been on every stream. We are fully aware of the player's view and, you know, the strength, the values, the pros and cons. We talked a lot about around all that. And my response to all that have also been, you know, the ending note is that, so we have this an old design that we call the Diva system. And that was the design behind that. The idea behind that is to allow a sibling, or what you may call it, on your account that is tied to each other in a certain way. So you don't bypass all of the things we don't want the players to bypass by having multiple characters, if that makes sense what I'm saying here. But that is a quite sensitive system. We need proper time to go through it fully, and you know, so that means right now, obviously, we need to make sure we deliver Elementalism patch, and not only that, the whole network thing. The TC patch is a huge milestone, and a few thousand players are waiting for that patch. They will show up and expect an awesome TC system, awesome sieging system. So obviously that requires a lot of attention from the team. And then the biggest milestone in Mortal's history, the Epic Game release, where we get our revenge of doing a proper release and moving forward with the game and company in general. So that needs to be 100% focused on. And after that, we can look into the Diva system, additional content features that the community wants in a near future rather than further down the road. And that's why we want to do the community interaction after a certain time to get that kind of information directly from the player base. But people gonna bypass it with multiple accounts. The system makes no sense. I just make more pay to win. You know, so in all games, including Star Wars Galaxies, that design a game to be one character per server, just like we are, very successfully so. Very successful game in general. A lot of people enjoyed it and loved it until they gave in and made everyone a Jedi. Obviously, people did the same thing there, right? If they weren't happy with that, they got another account and do so. But the general player and how things are promoted into and what it gives to the game, the majority doesn't play it that extreme, if that makes sense. So there's always a hardcore group of players that will have everything from 2 to 10 accounts or whatever, and play the game in a very specific min-max meta way and just completely ignore everything else. They would do what they think this is the obvious way, or you are bad, you know, whatever they say goes. That is a very much smaller group than the normal, more casual players showing up saying, wow, this is a cool game, I want to start playing this with my friends, I want to join a casual guild or PvP guild or whatever guild and start enjoying the game. They have a quite different view on it. They may have a little bit less gaming time on their hand, and so obviously we're looking at the large scale picture. what is the design, what does it promote, and what kind of players are experiencing the different things. This game isn't casual. It's not casual as a World of Warcraft, no, obviously, but there's still, you can still quite easily identify our hardcore groups and our less hardcore groups players, if that makes more sense, Krakow. And I can tell you that the majority of players are not in the hardcore group spectrum. So, you know, it's not that easy. It's not just black or white. There's a gray line also, and a lot of things that surrounds this. So, like as I said, we haven't stated exactly what we're gonna do. I've just been discussing all the things that we need to consider and understand, and that we have a system designed since years ago that are waiting for us to pick it up and see, would this fit Mortal Line 2? And yeah, you know, subs is there for a reason, right? Now, before subscription, there's quite a bit more crap going on. More people is trying to cheat. We have to ban them on a weekly basis. There are people that are experimenting or having a few characters they don't really care about, but they play around and test and experiment. You know, it makes sense because there's quite a few accounts in the loop, right? But yes, when subscription hits, we're gonna flush out some of those shitty players that don't care about the game because they may not want to invest a regular funding to keep getting the services that they may not enjoy. So obviously those may leave the game, which, you know, that's fine. If they don't are here for the right reasons, there may be other games for that, right? And yeah, there may be a lot of those hardcore players or a little bit more hardcore player may think that I'm gonna focus on these characters only. I'm gonna skip the rest. Those are not interested for me. That also helps to give a little bit more balance in different areas and ways. So, you know, it's the whole picture needs to be considered in certain ways. And yes, the veteran system gonna help a lot also when it comes to adding more options and depth on one character only. So that's gonna give quite a bit also. How can you know this? I mean, there's quite a few things we have data on when it comes to a player when you install the game and play the game on Steam's platform and connect to our servers. So obviously we can tie a few things together to see who is who and so on. I like all my characters. I'm gonna go poor with sub. I mean, like I said, we will see what's absolutely best for the game and the community. We want a healthy, growing player base. We don't want to rush. We are not here for a money grab. We are not here for something quickly. We're here for the long run. We want to promote the best possible sandbox MMORPG game, and it should absolutely be worth the player's investment, both time-wise, obviously, because of the enjoyment and experience, and of course, what they get in return for the payment that they are putting into the game, so we can continue making the game and improve it. Obviously, that needs to be a perfect circle, right? If not, we have failed in any of those ways and need to look into what's best for the game's future. But I must say, it as it is, if people played Mortal 1, they will play Mortal 2. And on the finished Bounty Hunter instead of adding Thievery. We are looking into that. So obviously, as we mentioned when we added Bounty Hunter, this is one of the struggles for us developers. Sometimes we explain why we implement a system in a certain way, and a few people hear that, but the majority may not hear it, understandably so. And then they say, why the hell did you do this? And we are like, that's exactly what we said we would do and why. And I will never blame the players for that. Other players will say, but are you blind? They explain why, and the arduous starts between them. That's fully understandable, and we always have to take responsibility for that. So we have done some risk when implemented some system where we have been unsure of the outcome and said this is a little bit of an experiment. We'll see if it's going to work, and after that have been approved, we can continue finishing some parts of it. And we have done that now, and we also, obviously learned that, yeah, a lot of people thought, we added half finished things. They think we are bad for doing that. And again, understandable of why they think so, because, we can't make sure that everyone get the information. And that's why also we are minimizing that, obviously, in the future, so we don't, make that confusion. So yeah, we are most likely making some arrangements on a roadmap to make sure we deliver exactly what we promised, and improve it, and make people happy with the content we deliver from now on and move forward. Come on, Johnny Blaze. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. When the game switches to Unreal 5, will we need to buy a stronger PC, or the current one we have gonna be enough to even gain some FPS? So we are working very hard on actually giving you a frame boost as you are today, if you don't enable the big bling and blang and bloom and bells and whistles. So what I mean with that is that you're gonna have options to enable those lumens, uncanny future tech, next gen stuff that makes the game look insanely beautiful. In general, the game gonna look a little bit beautiful without that, but more close to as it is to now today if you have those things disabled. But yeah, in general, that means you should see we are looking at a much improved world loading capacity overall, which is a big thing for all players. Even though you have the best computer in the world, you're noticing these huge stuttering when your frames goes from 120 down to 0 and then up back up, right? Everyone experienced that when you move around in the world. That is a level streaming. Those are horrible and bad for the gaming experience. And we have all that identified, and we work on that to make sure those are minimized and removed in most places in the world. And also optimizing every single biome and level in terms of CD, stuff like that. So yeah, in general, you should see a good improvement overall when we step over to Unreal 5 with these steps in place. And then you will have the option to enable the goodies to make it look insanely next gen. And that's obviously quite dependent on your hardware, right? So if you have next generation graphic card, your lumens calculation gonna run much more smooth than on an old graphic card. So yeah, I think that's a good option, because we don't want to force people to run insane settings and lock to that without losing FPS in general, because lumens is quite expensive today. It's a new technology and it's next gen, right? It's built with the next generation hardware in mind also. So we're gonna do that optional to make sure that many players can enjoy the game without crippling the performance. And of course, one of the big thing is having the large battles ever in any game in the world, being able to run that quite smoothly on a decent machine is a big thing, and we're working towards that. A lot of the players were very impressed about the 300 to 400 man battle we had with FPS that managed in some ways for those that have pretty good machines. The best we've seen so far, but we are working towards to making that even better. So that's going to be exciting when those final steps are in place. 2080 Ti for lumens. I can't say for sure. I haven't had the time to check the real performance on different hardware. Obviously, we have quite the variation in the house to make sure that we can see what's practical for the different hardwares. But I can't say for sure where we're landing at for a car like that. Obviously, it's a two generations old, right? We have the 30th generation and 40th generation that is quite new now. There's huge leaps, especially from the latest generation that try to push ray tracing calculation even further, and we're tapping into a little bit of that. So we will see. The Coda versus Act fight was very impressive as far as performance improvement. Yeah, like I said, so the first thing that we were focusing on was to make sure that the network can handle it. That's number one, right? Because if the network can't handle it, it doesn't matter what the players do or what kind of computers they have. That it's going to be ruined already there. And yeah, we have proven that the network can now handle the biggest battle ever. And that's also when we started to see, holy shit, that many players are going to eat a lot of frames for everyone, right? And that's exactly what happened. But still, quite impressive, I have to say. It's not bad. It's quite impressive. But like I said, we have more room to squeeze out, so you will gain a lot more FPS eventually when those last steps are in game. Canadian XPC, thank you for the Prime. And Tor Day, thank you for the subscription. And Kepiel, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. Go straight back to you in terms of development. So if I need to spend €1,000 on upgrade PC for your game, would it be better to choose new generation processor 13th series or buy a new graphic card for the series? So one of the common big bottleneck that we always had in Mortal Online and most likely will still have is CPU being CPU bound. We are trying to do as much as we can to make sure we are not heavily CPU bound, because as soon as you are CPU bound, your graphic card are not fed enough to do its job. That's also why you see in many cases your graphic card won't be running at 100% utilized power. And that is when one thread is hitting the cap and can't really feed the rest of the pipeline. So if you have a very poor CPU already, it doesn't really matter what graphic card you have. So a decent CPU is a powerful thing to have in Mortal Online, because then you can more fully utilize your graphic card. And obviously the high resolution and you know, if you would enable lumens and stuff like that, then you have more calculation on your GPU, which obviously will greatly benefit from a next generation card. So a little mix is pretty good. Have a decent CPU and not an old GPU to be able to utilize it. Have like a jillion CPU threads, please use. Yeah, if it was that easy that we could use many threads and bypassing the main thread restrictions in the game engine. You know, it's slowly being pushed forward. There are some things that we can move away and work with, but not everything. So we'll most likely still be quite CPU bound, even though we are doing improvements. But yeah, obviously we want to utilize the graphic card as much as we can, and that's also why we add those as optionals, lumen calculations and so on. That is perfect use for those next generation graphic cards in many cases. Does the game support 24 cores if I would buy a good CPU? No, not really. Games doesn't really utilize that many cores still today. And Unreal Engine is not different from that. I'm not sure exactly how many threads can be utilized fully, but there's always one main thread that becomes the bottleneck. So when a lot of people get a little bit confused by this. So when they see I only have 10-20% load on my CPU and my GPU is around 60 load, so I'm not bottlenecked anywhere. But that's not really true. If you analyze your threads, you're gonna see one thread is being capped, and that's why your graphic card can't be fully utilized. And since it's only one thread and you have multiple cores, that is a smaller percentage. When it shows 20% CPU load, that's on all cores together, right? So you need to consider that when looking at your stats. So no, I would say if you have around 6 fast cores, one of them gonna hit the cap, that will be sufficient to run Mortal Online efficiently, and then obviously graphic card as much as you want after that. So if you use one of those 13 generations, 1300 Intel, which is currently the strongest CPU on the market for games, because it has this nice little boost when it comes to the performance cores. Utilizing a few of those cores will gain a few FPS, better feeding for your graphic card. Obviously Ryzen is not very far off, right? It's you know, there's a margin at some places, but obviously Ryzen is close to it. So it all depends on your preferences and what you want to run. The new DLSS tech will help with CPU bound bottlenecks, would be good for future when more people have 40 series or higher. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's always good that both AMD, Nvidia, and Intel, you know, as long as there is competition, the faster and better hardware we are getting in the long run, right? So it's great that they are, you know, competing to each others and keep pushing it up quite a lot every year. And not only hardware, but actually more and more sophisticated AI and software are being developed by these companies that also do help in a few areas. So yeah, for sure, the gaming performance in PCs are very exciting, never ever evolving process in many exciting fields. So yeah, for sure. So as I mentioned before, Ritual, we're gonna look over that after we are fully finished with Elementalism step. We are going back to make sure that some of those spells that rely on server-side functions, such as releasing a miasma cloud, won't require targets. They will be a little bit more accurate. Things like that reuses function from the function we build in Elementalism. Make shield 0 defense against melee when on back or not raised up. What do you think? I mean, it has sense when you have a shield on your back and something hit that shield, it protects your back, right? So, you know, realistically, it makes sense. I understand the balance part of it is a different story, right? Which we always have to consider. Realism can only take you so far, right? It's still a game. We need to make it fun and somewhat balanced. And we try to make it believable and realistic where it does make sense, right? We need to find that middle ground. But like I said, Tower Shields is getting a very important balance tweak in this next patch. So let's see where that takes us first. I mean, there are sets when it comes to the weather. It can't rain without clouds, but since there's a huge area, it may be that, yeah, just straight over you there may be a little clear sky, and then further away there may be the clouds that allows the raining terms. I'm sure there are room for improvements when it comes to those rules, if that's what I mean. Yes. What about shield durability? It would be a good nerf. We've heard a lot of feedback on that as well, that the durability is quite high. So it's something that we are looking into also. But it's very clear that the weight is off because there's no room for kite shields, for instance. The tower shield is way too close to the small round ones. So that's a mistake from the game design and balance-wise. Yes, we seems to have a little tweak on pole swords and warhammers, actually. We found an issue balance-wise where we lowered the threshold minimum speed to make sure it works with the ping normalization, and therefore a few weapons got penalized that just simply became slower but remained on the same result. stat-wise, which obviously makes them weaker without compensating for the slower speed. So we are adding the volume up to that threshold exactly where they are. So without changing their speed, the volume gets upped to that threshold, which will give them more damage, blunt, pretty much. And that's a natural balance that we have missed because it's supposed to be like that. So because when we looked at, you know, Warhammer was almost a meta weapon during the beta combat, and without changing any stats on it whatsoever, it became never used on the battlefield. The only reason was the threshold for the ping normalization without considering the volume impact. So that's gonna be addressed in this next patch. A small important tweak. Outsource is gonna be heavily affected by the whole mana batteries, resistance. So I'm quite sure you're gonna see a change when people start using these components with the next patch. Patch is like miraculous. No, I mean, it is a huge, very important patch because it has a lot of core components that we have worked on for several months, I would say, that are finally getting into the game. And some of those are requirements for TC and also the Epic Game release down the road. And a lot of good fixes and polish and some balance tweaks. So it has a lot of juice in every single area, from server, performance, fixes, polish, magic, new content. Good stuff. It's good stuff overall. No tweaks on the actual author spell, no, because the surrounding components are being addressed, which heavily affect author's usage. Ezra TV fixed Mod 92 based on the song, eh? Released it as it should be on YouTube. That's awesome to hear. I have to check it out again. It was a long time ago. Spiritism will get a little eyes on when we are fully done with Elementalism, so we can make sure everything else is in place where it needs to before we move forward. The spinning combat style, we also talked about that many times in previous streams. And as I mentioned, there's a reason for it and why it's kinda there now, and why it will most likely be reduced down the road when you get more options and tactics that actually breaks the meta in terms of we have no parry breakers, we have no special moves. As soon as you get those, you know, I'm sure we're gonna see less of the spins because you won't have to rely on them to do anything, especially in a duel. Everything changes in a group fight and large scale fight. We have a very exciting, good balance there. And obviously just with more tactics is not wrong or bad for big scales as well. But smaller scale, obviously that's where it changes more, right? I'm not really up to date what's going on the Discord when it comes to allowed picture or not. You know, hopefully we can have the mods, you know, looking into that. We simply want to follow the standards, right? Like most other game communities. I'm so occupied with 3 very important patches right now, so I'm sure Robmo and the team can handle that. Plus on trinket drop chances. I mean, just as we said when we implemented, it's better to start with fewer being spawned rather than too many, especially when it comes to the higher tiers, right? It could be that the step from the different tiers are, you know, exponentially increasing too much in terms of how the rarity of the droop loot drop. That it may be needing of a tweak, but I think it's better to slowly up them, including when we add new exciting points of interest, opponents in the world where we can add additional ones to them as rewards. So I'm not too, you know, we're not rushing into just increasing it instantly. It's always good to get a lot of proper feedback over a few months to see what is the right buff to do rather than having to go in and nerf things, or that's always more negative, right? So we try to avoid that, you know, at all costs now. Make sure it's better to add something now that is a bit underpowered and slowly increase its value rather than the opposite. Tower shields are really in game. Like I said, they're getting a very important update in this next patch. New points of interest in this patch. We are getting some elementalism points of interest stuff. And I'm not sure exactly what more, actually, when it comes to that. We're working on a lot of fields that are being saved for the epic patch also. We want to surprise the community also a little bit that, you know, obviously we've taken all feedback when it comes to how the world feels, what it lacks in, and we want to do a nice session overall to give a lot of juice in those areas on epic patch so everyone can enjoy running around and have a lot more to discover and run into and encounter. Obviously we have got a lot of feedback on that it's more enjoyable to the time you're spending exploring. More encounter and things to discover is obviously more exciting than having emptiness in a lot of areas. Cuber Crumbs with the bits. Will Elementalism require new regions? Oh my god, let me see. New regions that will be added with the skill, or will it utilize existing regions consumable to cast? And just in case if it was missed last time, will Elementalism spells and new weapon abilities be used by existing creatures and NPCs, or will new creature NPCs be added in the future that will use those abilities against players in combat? So everything we build when it comes to gear, attacks, spells, we built them in a dynamic rule set, which means they are the same for players and humanoids. That makes sense, that can wield these things, which is beautiful because that means there's no difference between players and AI humanoids. They can all utilize and access the same kind of content and eventually also drop all that content. So what you see is what you get. That is long-term goal. But yes, we can utilize all the spells, weapons, gears, special abilities on AI and players. When it comes to new regions, yes, we have multiple new regions coming with Elementalism because a very important balance. We learned a lot from the current magic schools, costs, balance, and so forth. And yes, there will be new regions for Elementalism, and they will be balanced accordingly to the spell power. There are a wide range in Elementalism spells. Badma Faradnik. Thank you for the prime. Henrik and team, thank you for Mortal 2. With new resist potions and tower shield nerf, what will be implemented to help mages defend against footies? Even at max block, mages still take heavy chip damage and mage armors are almost negligible. So mages are getting a huge amount of arsenal with this next patch also. So it's not only nerfs against mages, I would say. We're still testing moving, being able to walk at the same time as casting as any mage as a minimum, which is quite the change for current schools. So that means you will obtain a little bit more versatility in moving, including ecumenicals cast. So you can walk, jump, cast, walk, gain a little distance there. So yes, it's true. Footies will be able to counter more and use different options, potions to resist high burst damage. But as a mage, you can also get that a bit more versatility movement, but you're also obviously getting elementalism that gives you a hell of a arsenal in terms of different types of spells that you can also use. So I think there's options on both sides, I would say. But yeah, I mean, that is also one of the intended natural weakness. A raw footy fighters that are a brute force fighter built in short range combat, being in short range against a weaker mage naturally, that's where you don't want to be as a mage, right? So when you are in that situation, it wouldn't be strange if you get some whooping, right? That's kinda expected and following the design in a way. But as I said, there will be more options, especially with this next patch, and also with other schools there will be more options. There will be some schools where you can actually be a hybrid footy, I would say, or utilize short range as a mage and rely on your magic abilities in that situation. So that's going to be interesting when we get to those specific spells and schools also. And obviously that's a different type of mage style, right? You may rely on closer range and therefore being more heavy resisting with magic. So it balance around that rather than always have to keep your distance because you're weak when they are catching you. Gonna be a chickaboom, that's true. I kind of want to go out and just open a bar out in the wild and become an innkeeper. Caveman crafting, and you will be able to do that soon. Building an inn, having some services and have it open for everyone, and you can gain different types of profits by running a successful inn. And down the road, obviously, there's those small goodies that I want to add to the game sooner or later when it comes to just chilling, socializing, smoking the pipes, playing games, and also being able to make some money in your tavern for hosting those games. So there's going to be a lot over time. It's just, there's so much we want, but obviously we have to pick a few things at a time to focus on first. And then plans on player questing. So there are coming more options and things, especially also when starting a TC, a city, running a city. There may be requests for players that may be accepted as quests or tasks or jobs or whatever you may call them. We're also expanding on this on the AI side and for the nations along with the Epic patch. Very important for new players because we have seen there's a lot of solo players, a lot of lost players coming from Haven, feeling quite lost and don't really know what to do next. And some of them take a break, and since they weren't hooked into something specific, so they're not reminded to go back to the game, and they may forget about the game. Obviously that's not good for player population when it comes to new players, right? So we are fixing that heavily with the zones, the nations rules, and the task system to make sure there are something that are hooking them, making them interested, and they want to continue that journey. And then obviously it's up to them because it's a sandbox game, right? So instead of jump cat, you will RP cast. Noble Void, any info on when Sadoka will be added to the game? No update on when that may happen at this point. So mental healing is not supposed to be an instant tick mana. It's supposed to increase your mana regen, and therefore forcing a pure mage, not running around in heavy plate, that disable mana regen. And that's a very important balance because it's being bypassed, as you can understand. That's also why we don't have the instant mana potions, because it completely bypasses the whole mana balance, regen, and gear, right? So quite big issue and mistake that we haven't covered that bypassing mechanic until now. I mean, Haven is a good improvement. When we didn't have that, 99% were confused, and already there asked, what the hell do you do in this game? Run around, looked a little bit there, didn't get to any depth, didn't get to see the depth of crafting, didn't learn to fight or parry. So the whole experience was just, and they quit. So Haven changed that 300%, so that's a huge game changer. What we see now is that similar thing happens when they leave Haven. They are kind of, now what? I'm standing here in MK. I have no clue where to go. And they start to walk into this long passage, which is a death trap, or they run into a bear, and they don't really know yet what the game has to offer. And if they run the wrong direction, the game may offer something they simply don't are interested in or don't know what's going on, and therefore we may drop a lot of players. So it's going to be very vital to continue that journey when they enter Milan. Wherever they are, wherever city they start to choose to be in, there will be work to do, mission, a little bit like missions, but we don't call it mission or quest because it's not the same thing as in WoW. You're the chosen one and everyone rely on you and you have to pick this and do this, and it's a little bit ridiculous because everyone can't obviously be the hero that saves the world. But you will be able to take jobs, work for the nations, and make a name for yourself within those nations, and get to learn the game while doing so. So I think that is a perfect way to introduce new players, get them more hooked, and educate them into different fields, and they can enjoy the game. The Warhammer and the Pulsar are getting a buff is the short story when I explained swing threshold that we changed in the ping normalization during combat beta, but didn't address the volume change that nerfed those weapons in a wrong way. People also underestimate helpful YouTube videos for new players. Yeah, I mean, one strong component is also when a player interact with another group of players or even guild or being recruited, the game completely changed very quickly for the better for those new players. So obviously that's a tool we want to implement and promote during the Epic Game release as well, and that is the notice boards. What that means is a new player, even on Haven, will be able to interact with guilds. And guilds will be able to present themselves on boards across the world to give a message, information, and let players join you using these tools. So that is also a very powerful tool, because every now and then we get new players asking in the game, where do I find a guild? And people say, go to the Discord. And that's cool, but obviously if a game have to force a new player to go to Discord or a forum to continue his task or journey in an efficient way, I think we have missed something, right? And that's why we want to add those notice boards where guilds can recruit, send their message in the game in an efficient way, and put the players together in a very efficient way in the game instead. And then over time we can also expand this notice board to give other types of requests from players or groups that players can do on those boards. So I think that's going to be a good addition as well. Has your opinion changed on having 2 people and 1 horse? No. Down the road, we will have a lot of different mounts. Eventually, all of them will be mountable where it makes sense. We will have wagons and multiple players on a mount. It's just a matter of prioritized order of things. The system is prepared for it. You can even mount another player on his shoulder currently. I've showed that in one stream quite hilariously. We just need the animation time pretty much and some gear making time. We can post on board promoting PvE noob and kill new players. Right? I mean, like I said, stats gonna be shown. So obviously, if they can read, they will see that this is a bastard guild and will not be close to those players. So serious groups and guilds that want to promote and recruit will be able to do so with good tools, and those that are looking for it will be able to find those groups and guilds with the proper tools. Hello, Enklenke. Yeah, you know, Ultima Line had a lot of good things, right? I'm myself an old Ultima Line player, and obviously heavy inspired from that game, and how they did certain things that worked well and what didn't work well, and tried to obviously utilize that knowledge and experience as much as possible from Ultima Line. And yeah, that's why we want to build this system, the task system that is perfect for new players. You know, we can always expand additional on having staff members doing certain things in the game later on. But we also learned that a lot of players could see things as unjust or unfair in certain ways when other people hired to do certain events or tasks that seems to be, well, that seems to be unfair. Why was it dropped there? Why was it there? Well, that's just how it was planned. Well, that's unfair. We want to avoid that, right? We don't want players to feel that other players are stalled with using staff or affecting the player balance or rewards in ways that can be interpreted as unfair, even though it's not really unfair. And I can see there can be sensitive areas. So that's why we want to do reliable systems that are robust and good, that can handle a lot of these things, so we can also avoid unfairness or the suspicion of being something like that. Chariots would be beasts. Yes, that will be cool. 2 cats yelling, oh hi. No update to breedings at this point. We will have breeding later. That's an additional update for TC. So again, depending on what people want after TC, that should keep expanding TC. There are tons of services that we may want to add to TC over time. The question is which one and when, in what order compared to everything else, right? I mean, if there's a big interest around TC functions to you know, build your farms and start breeding, then we will try to lift that feature. I'm a little bit behind, so sorry about that. I will scroll down a little bit here. All right, so Kala superiority. They will eventually get their pool adjustment at least, along with the core rights that are heavily missing a few pool points. Is weather sound cutting out fixed? I'm not sure. I haven't experienced this, or I'm not aware of what that may be, but if it's reported or and our staff can reproduce or know what it is, I'm sure it's somewhere in the list. Let's see here. I think it's time to start our giveaway, guys. We are hitting 2-hour mark. So explanation mark MO2 to participate in the MO2 giveaway. Feel free to sign up. Let me jump to that one so everyone knows we are running it. The sign up. Rare trinket luck will be added for fishing. Maybe. I need a moment for Sebastian to go through that, and he is very busy with TC currently, so we will have to see. So let's see. I'm not sure if we have a build that is up for testing currently. I didn't plan to show anything more when it comes to sneak peek elementalism. As I mentioned before, a lot have happened on effects and they look insane, and I'm sure people gonna freak out when they see them, and it's gonna be pretty cool if players can share and show that firsthand rather than me spoiling them all. So that was, you know, I was mixed, because at the same time I do want to show some of that cool stuff that are very much cooler than before and than it was in the first game. It's a hard balance, but just gonna see if it's worth showing one maybe, but I don't know the current build status. We'll see while we do sign-ups. Is there a new spell book? No, you have the normal spell book where you can add the scrolls into. Where the hell am I? With 360 FPS, guys. 380. That's crazy. Just gonna take a quick look, guys. A quick look. Oh, holy shit, we got some new sound here. Is there a new dungeon? No, you're not gonna focus on a dungeon when it comes to elementalism. You are it's gonna be a different way, where there will be certain areas where you pretty much talk to elementalists, and you will have to do the deed for them, and you will simply progress and learn elementalism. So quite straightforward for everyone to jump into. Won't be heavy mob or boss focused or locked behind very challenging group effort things, you know, things like that. So it's for those that want to jump into it, just have to research and find the locations and do the job pretty much, and you're getting there slowly but steady. Best game ever, Henrik. I love what you guys have done. The Holy Fool, thank you very much. We are very happy to hear that. Looked behind Livia. What kind of tasks? You will see. You will see. You will see. It's very much soloable content. That's important for this school, because it's also the #1 type of mage rules any players from any game coming want to tap into, and we're giving it to everyone with that kind of efforts. Okay, so what I was doing something here. I'm gonna see if maybe this build could wait, I need to check one thing, guys. Do you hear sound, guys? Do you hear that, guys? Yes, we hear you. But do you hear game sound, or do you only hear me? Do you hear this? Oh, okay, you only hear me. Gonna see if we. Yeah, I know why. Okay, wait. What the hell? Okay. Now I hear something, right? While you sign up for the giveaway, I'm gonna do a little whoopee can. You know, a little chicka boom. You know the chicka boom, right? Oh. Yeah, chicka boom. Holy shit. Alright. Alright. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna take a little look here. Oh. Oh my god, another one. Another one. Oh shit, guys. Traxton, thank you for the prime. I still don't know where that music is coming from. One moment, is it... where the hell is this coming from, guys? That music, guys. Where the hell is it coming from? I have no clue. I could show you one spell more. One spell. Again, pretty close to final, but the sound is wrong on it. The sound is not done yet. Would you like to see one spell, guys? One. Oh my god. It comes again. Holy shit. Ah, maybe it's... Maybe it is... that one. Okay, maybe I know now where the hell it's coming from. Okay, we will see. We will see. WE is taking over. Yep. Am I lagging? No, it's good now. Okay. Okay, I will show you one spell, right? One little spell. A chickaboom spell. Oop, where did I go? Hello? Hello? Alright. Let's see. How much DPS is a guitar? Right. Let's see. Okay. Ignore the sound, guys, alright? But take a look at this little baby. A little baby spell. Pew. Pew. And then... Holy cow, guys. Holy cow. It's a punchy one. It's a punchy. Punchy one. So, you're gonna play around with some really crazy cool spells. I believe that to be a chickaboom. It is. It is a chickaboom. Let's do one comment also, shall we? Do you want to see a comment, guys? Let's do it. I'm spoiling you guys. Chickaboom. Boom. Holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. Oh, the chickaboom. The chickaboom. Holy cow, do you see? So much punch in them. What the hell am I casting? Whoa, whoa. I'm freaking Harry Potter. I'm Harry Potter, guys. Even more beastie than Harry Potter spells. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. What chickaboom is this? The chickaboom, you know? Chickaboom. Let's see, I think we have a little update on this one as well. Chickaboom. Boom. Yeah, you see the effects are being refined, as you can see. They love it. They love it. Do you hear the magic? Beautiful. Rip Harry Potter. Where's all the walkers? They're all dead. All dead. All dead. That's how you do it. Okay. One final spell, okay? One final. What the hell is all that sound? Let me see. There's one little more spell. It zaps too. That's what I want to show you. It's look at this shocker. Jesus. Jesus. So what is happening here is, okay, now they're running. It's not gonna remain in air. It doesn't have the latest I can see, but it doesn't gonna remain in air as long. So what it does is it shocks into one and then jumps one step. So this is not the latest version of the Zappy. I already seen it locally and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, there's a lot of light sources tied to a lot of the effects, so it's gonna look like freaking Jedi fighting in caves when you shoot some of these. But it's gonna be cool. Boom. Zoom. Zoom. Okay, one final. Fire. Fireball. Where did he go? Did he run back to mama? Look at this baby now. Ooh, beautiful. He's on fire now, so he's burning. He's burning. And he's leashing home. Because he can't reach me. So that's the new AI also you see here in action. When you find a ways to abuse the AI, he's not gonna have it. He's not gonna have it anymore. So there's gonna be way less AI abusement. If they can't reach you, there's no solution. They're gonna run away. So yeah, very good AI pathing improvement in so many levels. Not only that, guys, I saw an awesome demo today when it comes to you are in your house with open door, you call the horse and it runs in so smoothly and nice. It paths so good. So there's gonna be so much quality of life when it comes to pets and AI, and less abusement, better balance. It's gonna be the juice. It's gonna be the juice, you know. Chicka boom! Chicka boom! Chicka boom! Oh! Oh! I'm burning, guys. I'm burning. Am I gonna die? Uh-oh. Oh! Hey, man. Put myself on fire. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Not. So some of those fireballs have explosion with fire, as you can see there. And make sure you don't get yourself on fire, because it can be deadly. We are still not finalized. We haven't finalized the action numbers yet. That is something that is a current process as well. Yeah, you need to put that fire out. Chicka boom. Zip. But yeah, you got a little sneak peek. Got a little sneak peek there. So we are working on huge optimization in the world as well. Like I said, you're gonna have less of these. Do you see that little freeze frame that you experience here? You're gonna have less of that, especially with the Epic Game patch, and better frames overall, pretty much. No, so as I said initially in the update, we don't want to wait with all these fixes that we have next to this, so we are deploying very shortly, I would say. Again, I don't want to mention dates, but very shortly, and it will include 2 of the groups, and then we will follow up quite frequently until we deliver them all. So that's the little tweak in the plan. All right. The ice dome. I can't show the ice dome. It's too powerful. Too powerful. We should have a spell book called Chicka Boom that gives a little bonus. Yeah, decent FPS here now, right? 160-ish. Pretty decent. So the volume spells are not in the first one. We're following up with those other groups, as I mentioned. So you're getting propulsion and aggregation first, and then we're adding them quite frequently as soon as the balance round feel safe enough. Because as I said, I would prefer to have some underpowered rather than overpowered spells initially, right? I think that is important. Will it be possible to name bags? Yes, eventually, but I can't say when. That is a highly, you know, quite frequent requested, very good quality of life function that we want to add. But I'm not sure when that will go into the game. Eventually, yes. Oh, that's good. We have a giveaway running, guys. So if you just tune in, exclamation mark MO2, and I will roll it in a minute, guys. Yeah, I think the rain is a little bit too whitish, right? It needs a little bit more transparency. Am I right? Am I wrong? You can see that as well, right? It is quite strong, right? Where the hell is my loot bag? Did I not die here? Or did I... Yes, I dropped some stuff. Where did I die, guys? Am I completely lost? I thought I was running out here and died. Yeah, the rain is a little bit white. I think so too. I got someone else saying that before as well. Yeah, it was out here. I was confused. I thought I was at that entrance for a moment there. Might also look at how the rain looks with the ellipses on off. Yeah. Not sure what setting I'm running around currently. Quality off. Ooh, even more gritty now, right? Yeah, this is too much. This is too strong standing out. Get smoother with DLSS. A little bit more smooth. But yeah, it is too white, right? It needs to be a little bit more transparent. It's a little bit too whitish. Yeah, some areas have a lot of fog constantly. They're obviously not meant to be constantly on high fog volume, so there will be tweaks. But yeah, lightning ball is really cool. I like the lightning ball. Look at this. We need some sound on them, right? Oh. Uh-oh. Chicka boom! A boom! Oh! Did you see how that zapped over there? Oh, I'm zapped. Oof. Zapped like a mofo. Zapped like a mofo. You need a loud crack. Yeah. We need a thunder strike, right? The sound isn't done on that spell. That's why I wasn't sure if it was in this build or not. It's being finalized on that level now, but the effects are real nice looking, and I think you're gonna be very pleased when you can play around with them in the final state that we're getting into now. And this in this roadmap after Epic Release. So we're gonna follow up on all the groups for Elementalism. We're not gonna hold back any of our plans when it comes to following up. You know, TC is most of the guys are obviously focusing on TC. There's a few people working on specific things that are related to Elementalism, and they will continue finalizing that, and we will add that patch to the game as soon as it's done. So there will be no... It won't be waiting on a major patch or waiting or stuff like that. Yeah, I really like that lightning strikes. We tweaked it a little bit, so it's a little bit faster. As you can see, it remains quite long, but look how freaking cool it looks. Choom! Holy shit. You will see the tone down go down a little bit faster, but yeah, it looks sick. And you will understand how the spells work also. It's very cool. So you shoot this ball here, right? and then the lightning strikes down there, and then it actually, if you're close to that, it will jump to you, and it can jump up to 5 times. So if you are 2 people, you may jump between those 2 people 5 times. So you may want to disperse so it won't jump 5 times between you. If there's multiple characters, it would jump to the nearest up to 5 times. So it's a really cool AoE spell that you can somewhat react to, you know, if you make sure you don't have that short range between you. So you want to keep the range further away so it doesn't jump many times. Jumps between you and your mount and one-shot you. Good one, right? Good one. We had no, those are the balance things, right? We need to make sure it doesn't bounce on you 5 times, right? So obviously if there's nothing near you, it's just gonna bounce on you 1 time and then it dies out. But if there's something near you, that's when it becomes dangerous. You wanna disperse yourself. So it's a little Surg thinner. You know the Surg thinner? I don't know if I have this set up. So yeah. So I would say that when you sit in a mount, I'm not sure if it should count as bouncing between the rider and the mount, because there's no space between you, right? You are one, right? So I don't think that's gonna be a thing. So if you're just one mounted, it bounces on you and it goes to the next target. See what I mean, right? That isn't that Surg thinner if it bounces back and forth. That is more dangerous than the 2 to 3 man groups. I mean, yeah, sure. If you're more than 5 people, there's always some of them that not gonna be hit by it, but the 5 near will, right? But also, there's also an AoE in the actual impacts on the ground here. On the ground here, there is an impact. And then boom! We need a hell of a sound strike there. Chicka boom sound, right? And we have the signal flares. Enemies coming! Enemies coming! Holy shit. Alice is coming. And the blue one. Look at the range on that baby. Those are the things we are fine-tuning currently. Speed, range, and damage. I mean, I like the feeling. I like the feeling. It feels refreshing. And there's a lot of punch. So, I like it. I like it. And I hope you will like it also. It feels good. You feel the punch. Yeah, you know the punch, right? All about the punch. This is a dangerous AoE spell on the fireball. Boom! See? It took damage there. He's burning. He's burning. Will he die entirely? Yes. See? One freaking fireball. And he died by the burnout. Ah, come on, man. I need some mana. You have super mana. No. No. Let's get some mana. Burning OP, yeah, like I said, those numbers have been tweaked, so don't be too shocked with some of the numbers I'm showing here now. And like I said, we want to start in a preferably weaker state rather than too powerful. So you can expect to see these numbers change heavily before you get your hands on them. It's quite strong, right? If there's a group of multiple ones here and I shoot them on them here, that's enough to kill both, that's gonna be powerful. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Quite powerful fireball, right? The project is quite slow, yes. They are server calculated. There are always going to be certain types of restriction when it comes to speed. And of course, that is also why, depending on explosion, AoE reach and damage needs to be considered with the speed of them. Obviously, dodging this spell here, that one, compared to this one, gonna be quite a difference. You see the speed here, right? Almost half the speed. So quite easier to adapt and avoid fireballs compared to these small ones that are quite weaker, that doesn't have AoE damage. So that's what we're running through now, putting people and teams to see, try to avoid damage, try to survive, and try to be efficient with the spells, right? So they actually work. So that's why we also decided to not crunch them in all of them and be a little bit scary of the balance and just focusing on these first groups to make sure they are in a safe place. All your gear is counted against elementalism spells. Depending on the components, there's a lot of physical parts in these spells, which means if there's a piercing or blunt damage, then obviously your blunt and piercing resistance will reduce that damage. And then there are additional magic damage or heat damage or whatever that may be that can be altered, affected by depending on if you use magical potions or heat resistant stuff or whatever that may be. So it gives a much better control balance for all the damage types. Yeah, some of the NPCs have some stuff that using a few of these debuffs, just a fraction of them, and now obviously we are enabling them fully with Elementalism for the players. The giveaway, guys, I almost forgot the giveaway. So final round, expedition mark MO2, and I'm gonna roll it in just a moment. Let me show the giveaway here. All right, let's give it a second before it slows down here. We are tapping into so-called PvP professionals to have additional eyes on some things. You know, just to again widen the balance view on things. All right, let's run it then, guys. Like I said, we have more testers and professional testers, so we can rely on a much safer baseline. And like I said, we are focusing on this first batch of spells to make sure the balance is in a good state. Obviously, that needs to be useful, but we don't want to make them OP initially. But of course, there may be room for, when we follow up on the next groups of spells, there may be obviously be some tweaks on the current spells that we find after a period of time. Okay, let's run the giveaway. I'm just gonna run around a tree here so I don't get whooped by the walkers. Come on, man. Come on. Gonna zap them. Zap. Zap. Okay, giveaway time. I'm having too much fun throwing spells. It's like Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Yeah, I'm gonna do the roll, giveaway now, guys. So good luck, everyone. And here goes the giveaway. Leviosa edition. Indeed. Am my window lagging? Looks like not. Yeah, it's lagging, guys. Sorry, guys. Something was wrong with it. I noticed that before as well. But we got the win at least. Bearded Raccoon. Congratulations. Got yourself a Mo game. Rigged Mo game, eh? Bearded Raccoon. Are you here? That is the question. Let's see. A bearded raccoon. Hey, are you here, bearded? Chicka-boom. 100 rigged. Yeah, it's always rigged apparently, even though new players win every time. He got himself a mortal copy. As long as he's here within a reasonable time to receive it. Ah, there you are, eh? Bearded Raccoon. Great. Let's give you that code. One moment. Thank you for that posture correction. I'm always crunching down on a slopey slope. All right, let's see here. Yes, there you are, Bearded Raccoon. The usual question: are you new to the game, Bearded Raccoon, or are you a veteran in any form or way? Why British people? What do you mean, why British people? I'm glad to hear it, Bearded Raccoon. Thank you, thank you. So again, I really try my best in refraining from release dates, even though I really want to obviously give you what we believe and what we're on track on, but it's always stressful if everything doesn't go exactly as planned. People are just going to be a little bit disappointed, right? But we will see. Every day now we are going through to see what kind of status it is. Are we happy with that? Do we feel safe? But we're getting very close to release this first batch because, like I said, there's so many important fixes to the game that just improves the experience overall also. So it's not far off, I can tell you that. Make spell icon look cooler. Sewer Inspector. The spells look super cool. What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? That is the most impressive thing. So we have them color coded, as you can understand. We're gonna have hundreds of spell icons over the year, which means if they all have no color coded or any system behind them, it's gonna be a complete mess over time and very difficult. So every school have a color, if you haven't noticed that already. But Elementalism has a new types of how you build a spell, as you also noticed here, which is really cool. So again, the same color. This is the Elementalism color, brownish or whatever you call it. Shows the type here and the element here. It's a lot of system behind it to give logic. I don't like the elementals. I mean, they are the same. This here in the background is the same as this. It's just as elementalism is brown. Is the color brown you don't like, or what? Ecumenical is bluish, teal. Spiritism is reddish. Necromancy black and white. Elementalist is brown, and they're meant to be brown. So I guess you don't like brown. That's it, right? We are hiring very specific positions. You can see on our website we do some there are some positions we're looking for. All RG, did you consider making some 1 week to 1 month game keys? So you like throwing baits? It will allow people to try or bring in friends. Yes, very much so. So along with the Epic Game launch phase, we want to promote the game obviously in all the different ways we can. And one way is also to obviously to give back and promote streamers. So more people want to stream it, more people want to watch it with drops. And some of those drops is perfect for that, right? Trials, pretty much, you know. Try the game, see if that's something for you. So yeah, for sure. Only one giveaway, make it orange. Make it orange. Yeah, it's one giveaway every week, and we're actually getting close to my 100th stream, which is crazy. I've done 100 streams. I think it's in 2 weeks or so. So maybe I need to consider something special for that stream, guys. We will think of something. I mean, 100 is quite the achievement, I think. Instead of the spell icon, why not have a combo system? It builds the spell with 3 different phases. First type, second. That's pretty much what we're doing, right? So these are the groups. We have 7 groups, and in every group there are 10 spells. And you build them. So in this group we have this type, and then you have the element here. You see? You see? You see? You see? You see? Makes sense. A lot of nice system behind this, I think. No, I can't show any alchemy effects in this stream, I'm afraid. How will we be able to obtain these spells? So you have to go to the Elementalist Master and talk to him a little bit, and he will tell you something about it. How to start learning elementalism. So that's how your journey may start. There may also obviously be some humanoids out in the world that may drop some stuff related to this, but there will be a specific direction that you can be informed of when the patch hits. When is the next Steam sale? I can't say the exact dates because we're not really allowed to. We had to do a price correction due to inflation that Steam suggested, which we did, which meant we couldn't be in the current sale. I think there was a sale that we had planned for now, but we were removed from that one because of the rules behind sales and price updates. But we're gonna be in the next one. So they're quite regular, right? Every time Steam have the sales, we are pretty much following those sales. Will this elemental master be hidden among the world, or will it be sitting in Tinram? They won't be hidden. It will be, you know, it will be explained when the patch hits, because again, a lot of magic have been spread out and lost, knowledge have been lost in the world since the catastrophic events when Mortal Line 2 started, the time of Mortal Line 2. And now they're trying to collect the knowledge and power again, and you can talk to those NPCs pretty much that will tell you about that and where to go and how to work on getting your elementalism power. I would never play this game before. It looks great, but the price is too high for me. Do you mean it doesn't look great? The prices are regionally based, right, on Steam. So it's like any other game. You know, we follow that price model. So if you're buying other games, you know, fully fledged games on Steam, this shouldn't be very different, I think. You spell it wrong. What did I spell wrong? Whirlwind, you mean? What? We're gonna read extensively about lore. There are some lore on a website, and then of course they're getting more and more lore in the game as we patch forward. You can read about the time, you know, what started the time era of Mortal 2, what happened between Mortal 1 and Mortal 2. There are some lore on the website, and some locations and clade information. Type with whirlwind. Yeah. Like I said, let's see. Whirlwind. There's a D too much. That shouldn't be there. Good find. Good find. One D too much. Elementalism is not really tied behind something or something specific. Anyone can go to the elementalists, talk to them, and discover elementalists in a way, on a persistent way. That's the baseline for it. Bayfair, you can read about transition from Mortal 1 and 2 on the website. US doesn't have the highest cost for Mortal 9. I think it's the Austria, or there are some other countries. Canada is a little bit more expensive, I think, also. But it's all based on Steam's currency evaluation system that they have very much researched for many, many years. So we simply follow their baseline, these directions. When it comes to bans and those questions, I really suggest you to contact support or our GMs, Discord, or Robmo. Any of those can help if something seems to be not correct in your point of view. And they will investigate and look through to see if there's something that needs to be done. I don't really handle any ban questions or, you know, look into it at all, because I don't have those tools or time for that. So, but if you contact our support, they will look into it and give you a response. Up to 3 primaries, so yeah, 300 skill points if you want to go fully into elementalism, but you can also go partially, talk to a few groups only if that's all you're going for, or you can go all 7 groups full out with the 300 investments. I mean, you're getting a lot of specific behavior behind these different groups also, as you will learn. Is there any possibilities for new race to play in the future? The short answer is yes, there is a possibility. The long answer is not in a very near time frame. Yeah. that's pretty much all I can see now. I mean, I was talking to Mats many years ago when we designed the races, how we wanted to do all that, and there's a little bit more than we have presented that we had some plans of discovering and covering later on in the game, but we have been so busy with, you know, so many other gameplay features, content, and optimization and all of that, that it always goes secondary in this long list of things. But that's why I, you know, yes to the opportunity. You know, it can happen whenever we have that additional extra development time on our hands. Wanna be a buffanoid fat mage? We will see down the road, as I said, Stonefather. I mean, sure, it will be cool. It's a new, fresh take to be able to play something completely different, and some of them could even be like a natural threat against the current clades and races, right? It makes sense. So that could also add more options to the play styles that I want to play for the Ryza Horde. Obviously, always a threat, and it's a no-brainer for any other players that see a Ryza coming against you as one of the current races. So that door is there, right? But like I said, there's quite a few areas we want to fully get into place before we can venture into that possibility that there are options and chances for. Air pockets, indeed. You can guess what that does, right? Maybe. Jungle Movers can be the Rampage model paragon of the Unreal Marketplace. I'm not sure. The Jungle Molva. So, I mean, our Molva looks at in a certain way, right? It's our take on the evolved rhino from the prehistorical time on Earth that it's inspired from. So it's obviously custom built for mortal. Is worth looking at additional strength requirement? Not at this time. So we're putting the shields first in the correct weight they should be in, and then we will see. Gonna change. Yeah. Hello, Henrik, can we get name system clear up for Unreal 5 and Epic? Lots of nice names taken by accounts who don't play anymore. So the problem with that is that we know a lot of players have tried a game from the past, from Steam release, some from beta time, and widespread experience there from people who liked it, liked the concept, or thought obviously it's too early to commit too much time and they may want to come back later. A lot of them we know is going to come back with TC specifically, and we know quite a lot going to come back with Epic Games and new players going to show up. So the tricky part is, where do we draw that line? Because like I said, there are quite a lot of players that will come back, and if we simply remove their names, it will be quite problematic, as you can understand. So we did a flush, I remember, in the first game, but we were talking about years of threshold before we could do something, flush out old stuff, and we made like a warning that if you're not actively coming back, we are flushing this from the database pretty much. So I don't think we could do that at this point. It wouldn't be fair to anyone that may show up over in this coming year, where things actually gonna kick off for Mortal Online. At least that's the plan. That's when we really, want to promote the game, because again, if we promote the game now when we know there's some issues here and there's some bugs here and there, the new player experience isn't fully as it should be, we may lose players that are somewhat unsure of the game. But when we have those things in place, that's when we want to push it hard, right? We want to get all of them into the game to give it a chance and see who really enjoys the game. So I think that, we will re-invite all those thousands of players that started on Steam that thought, hey man, I can't play the game because I'm in North America and it takes 5 seconds before I can see a swing. Obviously that was because our server was completely broken down due to the overload of issues. That doesn't happen anymore. So if they try the game again, they're gonna see that, holy shit, it's a whole new gaming experience, and they can hopefully enjoy the game. So we have to wait quite a while until we can look into a possible flush. Was packs you could buy in the beta that could lock the name for them forever? Yeah, a lot of our old timers from Mod Online bought packs that reserve their names. So, you know, names are important for those in the Mortal community that have been here for a long time. Obviously, they don't want to miss out on that character name and their reputation for Mortal Online too. So that was a thing throughout the whole beta. Yeah, and that too, of course, right? A ban account, a cheater, is always banned in that term of that name is there in the database, occupied. Obviously, if that is released and someone picks it up again, people will be confused. Is he back? What does it mean? And yeah, you may be running around as a cheater name. Obviously not good for your reputation and confusion in player base. So that's a good point too also, right? It's a little bit problematic. So true. Good points. I want to come back right now. I just need a question answered. When rules are changed, will they be updated in a timely manner publicly? I mean, you mean game rules, our rules in the game? Yes, we try always to keep them up to date and make statement if there's something specific, a change in how we rule in different things, and when it comes to unfair gameplay, how we deal with those cases. That's something we always try to have up to date in the Uela and on Discord and the forums, so it's there. So yeah, for sure. I know the GMs have been, taking note of player stuff with portals, bosses. They are going through it and they are, looking into how to deal with it and also passing that on to the developers to see how we can tweak things to make it as good as possible for the game. So, and that is also one of the things in these types of games. It's an almost ongoing thing. When things evolve, players found new ways. We always have to be prepared if there's something that breaks balance or fair gameplay. That's always a challenge, and there's always room for that to be a thing, and we need to be aware of that and handle it as good as we can to make sure that it's fair gameplay for everyone in the game. Which race is the best for elementalism? Shiva. I don't think there's such perfect answer on that. It depends on your style and what you're going for. But, human is always the wide, versatile, have a lot of combos and you can tweak it on different directions. Shiva obviously have good speed, a small race, high int possibilities. We have the Huergar options. Obviously, similar cases there, a little bit more sturdy, slower though. So it depends, I guess, heavily on how you want to play the game. Is it PvP? Is it PvE? Is it a mix? Or is it out in the world? Is it in heavy dungeon crawling? Everything changes quite a bit depending on these questions and answers and those only you can answer, right? What do you want to do on that character? Swedish metal band. I don't know. I actually don't listen that much on metal anymore. Did a little bit of Iron Maiden and stuff like that when I was younger. but not as much anymore, not as much. That's why GMs should be able to play so they can keep up with meta and exploits. I mean, the problem is when GMs becomes kind of players, they will be called out even though they are neutral, and we can't have that possibility that that can be true and that could happen. That's why we learned the hard way years ago that our GMs always have to be external, professional, hired employees, and that's it. No relation to guilds, no relation to any specific player, and you know, where they may feel biased or even could take a step trying cheating. Obviously now we have a system in place that can monitoring all that, so we would have to remove them if that happened, but we don't want that to be a reputation behind Mortal 2. We never allowed GMs in the first game, but we have counselors. Counselor had a little bit power, but already there it became a problem. And the whole reputation about corrupt staff, GMs helping guilds left and right, awful. And it's like a big punch in the stomach to me personally when I know that that will never be tolerated. So that's why we made it a clear stance when we obviously moved forward that, okay, away with all that. A player can never be related in any formal way. GMs are not allowed to play the game or have any relations whatsoever to any players or guilds, to make sure there's no reputation or no blame in name calling or whatever, you know. I mean, we have had GM mistakes, right? We have lack of protocols, and those every time we run into an issue where we have a meeting to say, okay, what happened here? What's the problem? What happened? What caused? How can we make a rule and protocol to make sure that the GMs cannot make the wrong calls? In this type of game and project, it's a huge challenge because it's ever changing. It's very dynamic. Thousands of players come up with crazy ideas. It's impossible to avoid a new situation every now and then, especially with more and more features, content going into the game. Just think about it, right? It makes sense. It's very much open, dynamic than any other game, and that's also the beauty of it. But the downside and challenge is exactly this, right? Of course, we will make mistakes. We have done them in the past, but the important thing is that we absolutely learn from them and we get a strict rule and protocol in place so it won't repeat in the future. And that's all we can do, and anyone could do making these types of game. Is this an adult game? Yeah, I don't remember if we have 16-year-old or 18 as I don't remember the age rating actually, but you know, in general, it's a bit older because we have full nudity, we have violence, gore and all that. It puts a certain threshold on it. And the game also, you know, our player base is quite older. The average age is indeed older than many other MMOs, even though we have younger players also. But I don't remember our average age, but it has been around in the 30-something or high 20. I don't remember exactly, but it was quite a bit higher than WoW average age. So yeah. But it's also something, you know, obviously almost impossible for us to enforce, right? There can be someone that is a little bit underage, not supposed to play the game, but they have, you know, borrowed their mom's credit card or whatever and fill in information and, you know. But as long as they behave and follow the rules in the game, we can't do an impossible witch hunt, you know. So we do what we can, right? Mortal 1 was dark fantasy. Why is there a massive ambience change in Mortal 2? No, I think we have a similar approach. What is different is that every biome have a little bit more difference. And that is because of restriction in the old tech. We couldn't have that many variation locations to make the world interesting in the first game. Everything had to be at more close to one range. Now we can go everything from this beautiful scene here to Galcore area that is obviously more harsh and dark. And there will be a few more tweaks to this, but we can't make that happen until we have Unreal 5 deployed. But that's still the general direction that we want it to be the Mortal style, which is a little bit its own. So when a person streams the game, they need to imply that this is not appropriate for children. I mean, it depends. If they disable VoIP and nudity and blood, then it goes, you know, it's okay for a younger audience based on Twitch rules and so on. But obviously, if they turn those things on, then obviously Twitch also have that option where you have to make it clear that it's for adult viewers. I'm sure you've seen that toggle, right? Depending on your game settings. Channel. When will we get guild logo in game and we will be able to change the keep design, like the correct keep style in the eastern zone of the map, for example? Good question. I can't say when that will be. Sometime after the Epic game roadmap. And again, it will most likely depend on the community. What areas will the community pick in what order? What I'm asking is if a person can be perma-silenced due to cussing at someone's stream. No, I mean, so obviously we need to be careful when we're talking about this, and I'm trying to be careful as well. So, I mean, like I said, we're talking about the 18-year age rating here for this game in general, which means, and the game is harsh, you know, you can fight, you can taunt each other, and of course you can curse when, you know, something goes bad. It's quite common, right? And you can taunt your enemies, but there's a line which obviously means, okay, now it's getting harassment, now it's breaking, or if it's breaking any of the rules by using any of those stupid words that are just, you know, doesn't belong in any game or verbal at all. Obviously that's when we need to take action, right? We have protocol for that, so if people are chatting or using our VoIP systems, everything of that is logged, and that is because if that is, you know, misabused, it can be reported, and then a GM can look into the logs to see if they broke the rules, and depending on what has been happened there, they can give them a warning or a strike or disable them pretty much from using our chat systems in the game. But I mean, just cursing like shit, fuck you, damn bastard, you know, that's fine, right? I mean, it's still an adult game, and there are blood, violence, and nudity, so I think we can cover that. But like I said, we need to have some common sense here. If you're running around someone and screaming stupid things nonstop, so it's out of character, out of the world. I mean, it's not fitting the game world where if that would happen, the god would whack you. You know, you see what I mean? So I hope people will have some common sense when it comes to staying within the natural rule. You know what I mean. I'm trying to explain here. And the stream goes down. What? Is the stream down? What do you mean? Am I not here? I think so. Weird time to come into the stream. Maybe so. I don't really get mad and scream or curse. I mean, sure, of course, we all can get mad, right? But I think I mastered some kind of control. I would like to think so, at least. You're here? All right, good. Stream's good. When does Elementalism come out? So we are deploying it in patches and steps, and the first step is very soon. Very soon. Will there be any buffs in Elementalism? There will be with entities. There will be, yeah, kind of like bonus buffs for sure. And quite a few debuffs. Teach me this control. You will get it in HG45K. You're still too young. You have lots to learn. I've heard that. I've noticed that. That bastard were sniping my horse after I killed them 5 times. But they're bastards. You know, GK, you know what I'm talking about? It's coming. It's okay. Will heat cold resistance be easy to see or hidden stats? You will see it. Once I hit about 35, it happened naturally. Maybe so, maybe so. I mean, we boys, you know, we mature late, right? We are. What is the famous sentence? The difference between a boy and a man is the price of the toys, right? Something like that. We never get fully out of it. Damn, you burn that ass. I mean, someone that is a murderer and really use that full out, they have no reason to complain ever when their horse gets smacked around a corner and then they flee like scared bastards. That's deserved, self-deserved. So never complain on that, J45, even though it sucks, right? That's the control you need to learn. In 3 years, you will have it. I predict it. I predict it. Wish there was stream snipe the person and complain about others in game. I realize the game is adult. I just want information from Henrik. Yeah, I mean it's also it's a difficult thing because everyone have a little bit different view on all these things, right? And of course, someone would expect demand to do this or that, or it's outrageous, and then others will say the opposite. So obviously it's very difficult when there's a gray zone where we can't just specify exactly like this, exactly like that. You see what I mean, right? So again, it's many times we have to judge the cases by what's happening in the game, and our hope is that we shouldn't have to go there straightly, remove them from the chat or VoIP or temporarily remove them from Bane. Hopefully, our hope is that we should just be able to go there like, look, you know, enough is enough. It's becoming an annoyance, you know, for everyone. So please behave, you know. And usually, in most common sense, that works for humanity. But sometimes it doesn't, right? You know, and then we don't have that many other tools and options to, okay, then we are kind of forced to take the next step, right? It just are all quite logic how that works, but and we try to improve those tools also to make it very clear. Communication way tool, so you can get a message in a different way rather than in chat, because I know sometimes it can be hard to see if a GM is talking to you. Stuff like that. We want to improve communication tools and GM tools so players can have a more efficient way of getting direct information and know what's going on, so they can have a good chance to adapting also. Color hand fix when? Next patch. This upcoming. Whoop. I was a little bit AFK. G4YK will be 80 years old, calling everyone sick hunts and farming new players. Indeed. I predict we all will be here when we're old grandpas. I mean, you know, we've grown up with this type of entertainment. I mean, just look at our grandpas. They never got into that and never will today because they're the older generation. And then there are some tapping into this entertainment. But yeah, I mean, now today, all of us are so into this type of entertainment that I'm sure, why would we stop playing when we are old crumps? You know, I think we will have, you know, imagine our generation when we are old. What's the word I'm looking for? When you're not working anymore, senior. You know what I mean? Not working, getting a pension, and we're playing games and having fun with our old friends. The young ones, you know, haven't been able to experience that at a full, retired. I mean, the old generation isn't there, so no one are experiencing that in a wide degree. I mean, there are some, right, that have found it and learned how it works, the technology. But I think all of our generation, we will be retired players gaming with the younger generation, and they will think, holy shit, these old timers are cracking it, you know, cracking it. Play with some 72-year-old people playing from retirement house. Yeah, like I said, there's exceptions, right? But not that many got into it and learned how it works and got that introduction from younger family or whatever that may be. But I'm sure all of us will have that option and most likely do some of that, right? I retired when I found MO1. Yep. Namesh, this patch. What do I mean, Namesh? There's a huge AI pathing improvement in this patch that will improve all walking inside of house, outside of house, bringing your pets inside of them. We prevent a lot of abuse. AI will leash in a certain rule set so you can't abuse these zones. Walking with pets around houses will be much more smooth and perfect. So a lot of polish when it comes to, in general, AI and pets pathing in the world. And also including some love in some of our dungeons where we suffer some of the AI, AI bugging out and behaving in a bad way. So a lot of polish in these areas gonna do very well for the game. A lot of polish indeed. Will it fix Rise of Stuck in the Walls? That is the goal, right? I haven't got it confirmed that it's fully fixed, but there's a good chance you will see a really good improvement overall everywhere in the world with this patch. Go to school, young one. This dungeon is mine now. Indeed. Yeah, we don't have streaming on AI yet. We will later. Yeah, the giveaway is over for this week, I'm afraid. If you missed it, you will have another opportunity very soon again, as usual. So we are actually on the last step here in ending notes. And yeah, I'm trying to run the streams around 3 hours max, preferably 2 even. But it's a struggle to stay under 3 hours, as you can see now. I have a tendency of getting above 3 most of the times. It's chill, and when we talk about different things and do all these different things, time flies. And plans to make houses fit the environment more. Look like they lived in. Yeah, we do plan to add the environment effects sooner or later. I can't say when, but what that means is if you place a house in a desert, for instance, there will be sand around the house, so it looks like it fits there. It's been there over time. Or if you're in snow, you will see snow around the house rather than just clean and some crap on it now. We try, the baseline now is like, okay, it's a used house, not perfectly clean. It has some details, looks nice, but it doesn't have the environment effect on them. And that's something we plan to add later. We also want to add a different variations. So you can have options, what kind of style of house you would go for. So we'll see eventually more of that also over time. Over 50, I'm still kicking the young people's ass. That is awesome to hear. Scorpion next. 50 isn't that old, I would say. I'm 40. I'm getting close to that number also. And it feels strange. The older I get, I feel like I'm still young, and when I talk to someone older, I feel this guy is older. I have the respect because that's how I raised. But then I feel like, wait a minute, I'm not a teenager anymore. It's a strange thing, right? So I still feel like 25 in so many ways. It's just, some body parts are getting the crack, the neck, sitting too much, the back. Some of that stuff is obviously slowly creeping up on you, but the mind and how you enjoy life is still close to how it was, at least for me. And what I hear from my friends, age 40 is off meta. Yeah. "32, been playing Mortal since I was 15. Holy crap, man! That's pretty crazy. Started when you were 15, teenager, and now 32. Impressive. The giveaway has been done, Morikamen. It's been done. I go to bed fine and wake up with an injury. I hear it. It's happened to me as well. when I did a mistake of from sleep to go straight up, bending the back, bam, got one of those in my back that made me handicapped for a week just by going up from the bed too quickly, bending the back. So I have to think about it when I'm going up from the bed. I have to be, lean up, straight up in my back, because it's also when you've slept, it's like the back is compressed, so it's more sensitive to those kind of damages, crazy stuff like that, which you never think about in your younger age. So that's the only downside, right? Getting older, getting those crappy things. One of them. But yeah, the mine is like when I was 20. I don't feel a difference at all. The only thing, obviously, I'm more wise, more experienced, but I still go at it, as I was 25, 20. But yeah, we sit too much. I sit too much. More moving around would help for sure. Exercising would help the body a lot. So I'm pushing that now. I'm setting up some goals this year. I'm gonna build my body stronger so I can continue work on this awesome project without feeling broken in body. And the scientists have to speed up their research about curing age, right? We're getting there slowly but steady. Hopefully we will have better options soon so we can get that body health back faster rather than too late. My generation is in the gray line, I think, for that to kick off. So I really hope they speed it up. All the younger generation, you're fine. You have the option at least. Get standing desk or adjustable. Yeah, I try that. I find myself never standing. So, and of course, it's good to stand. But what I want to apply instead is just moving around, taking breaks every now and then. I think that helps also. And like I said, exercise to build up muscles more. And yeah, that helps. Is one of the entity on Elementalism will able to act like a soldier drone, like casting fireballs on enemies? Somewhat is my short answer. Somewhat. Need to pull that max weight bow indeed. Start swimming, Henrik. It's good. I do swim during the summers. I do enjoy it until I, god damn it, broke my shoulder, or not broke it. I got a frozen shoulder, and that shit was completely frozen for 1 year. I got one of the most severe. They measure how far you can move up your arm and at the side, and I had this little angle out of that. So I was restricted to that. I was completely handicapped. I couldn't even take on and off a shirt. And I was like that in 1 year. Imagine that handicap. I was shocked. I thought, how the hell can this happen? The doctor checked me and said, yeah, sorry, you got a bad case of frozen shoulder. There's nothing you can do. Just wait it out. And it can take 1 to 2 years. I was, are you kidding me? 1 to 2 years with this crap. I can't even do anything. And they say, yeah, hopefully it won't be that long. And it took me exactly 1 year until it released my shoulder thing. If I did this, it gave me like a bump, like stiffen up in an unnatural way, and I couldn't even move up my arm. I have to do it like this. What the hell happened? I mean, I didn't do anything. It just bam, got a frozen shoulder. So since then I've stretched a lot, and I'm trying to train and get back in full motion, but it's never gonna be 100% motion. It seems it's like 95% back. But what the hell is that? So obviously I couldn't swim anymore after that. Completely wrecked. But now I can finally do 95% movement again. But it took a year. Freaking year. Crazy. How many points in swimming in real life? I need to copy your build. I got a close to master in swimming actually in real life. Both over water and underwater. A lot of mortal questions concern. Henrik talks about life. Gotta love the guy. Ray. I mean, we had a lot of we always cover Mortal Line in depth, and I try to cover all of it, right? And sometimes we steer out a little bit from topic, and I still find it chill and enjoyment. And sometimes you have good suggestions on life also, right? So why not a little bit? Witchcraft. You didn't use tense. Tense. What do you mean now? What do you mean? Glad you recovered. Yeah, that was horrible. Couldn't do much with that shoulder, but finally can do most things again. And the plans to add more keep designs layout. Yes, we do plan to add various clade styles eventually, and option layouts. Yes, there's so much we can add over time. We just need to make sure that we focus on the right things, right? What is the most bang for the buck for the player point of view? So which areas, what features and content would you like us to expand on first after this first roadmap? That is the big question, right? We have our suspicions of what that may be because of the streams and the questions, but obviously we want to, you know, post the options and what it means, just to see that, okay, we're picking the right things, because I think it's very important that we keep expanding the game. So even though we met these very important milestones that many are looking forward to, like TC and then Epic Games, we want to make sure that the next month and the next again, there's always something exciting that expands and gets added to the game. So, and obviously, you know, we wanted to make sure that having a subscription-based game online should always be worth it. So we always invest back in the game and make sure that there's always something interesting and exciting to play around with, and it keeps expanding every now and then. When will the community start voting for the future updates? I don't know exactly when it's a good time to do it. I mean, we are very busy and occupied with the 3 last main patches we have now, where the 2 last ones are very sensitive. So somewhere around the end of it, I think we can start, you know, posting the areas and groups just to start digging into what the community would like to see or want us to focus on next. How do you feel about ChatGPT? It's a world changer. Scary and exciting at the same time, but yeah, holy shit, what things are changing over the coming years now, faster than many thought. And yeah, it's you know, we're getting the AI to insane levels, and it can expand to insane levels, while also robotics droids are being, you know, pushed into next gen steps, and combine those two, and we're looking at freaking Terminator capacity eventually. So there's a high responsibility as well. Imagine what can happen in many different situations. So yeah, it's a interesting future for sure, and there's a lot of responsibility in obviously a lot of that AI and robotics and things being you know, developed and built already today. So it's a mixed view on a lot of those things, because obviously there's a lot of concern, right? And it's not that hard to, you know, consider what that may lead to, right? And yeah, a lot of unemployment, generations of different professions gonna, you know, be replaced by a lot of AI, you know, for the good and bad. So it's a quite interesting future we have ahead of us now, and a lot of things gonna change, a lot of things for the better, but a lot of things gonna be problematic, I think. So we will see. We have to embrace it, at least, because it's unavoidable, right? We have to do the best out of it. I think that citizen interactions could be enhanced with the recent AI tech advance sometime in the future. You're hitting the nail here, right? The head of the nail. Obviously, I'm looking into any possibility to make use of this kind of AI and technology. How can we benefit in Mortal Online for this, and how can we push Mortal Online in an interesting way? And of course, yes, there are some use for this, and I'm already investigating a lot of it. So that's what I'm saying. There's always something interesting, exciting coming out of all of this as well. So we will see. We will see. But there's a few specific areas that I 100% for sure can make use of stuff like that in these type of games. So we will see. Skynet before you know it, indeed. Is how all the Brodo employees got out of identicals in action. Yeah. Oh wait, was that the hint of the next patch, Terminator? Not really. We're gonna keep Borderline as the world as it is currently. That's what I'm thinking. Very cool stuff. Yeah. And who is going to own the machines? Indeed. And I mean, look, Elon Musk is doing his droids, robots right now that are supposed to be shipped so you can have these in your home, and it will be able to do all kind of things for you. You know, your laundry, go walk your dog, cook food, groceries, all kind of stuff eventually. Which is cool, right? But just imagine having this next generation AI connected to it, and if something goes wrong or someone hijacks it, that's a little scary, right? But the good part, I guess, is that Elon Musk are thinking about it. So he said it will never be able to outrun you or over strengthen you, right? That's his safety built strength in those robots. But I mean, the weight they can carry and how fast they can run is quite impressive already. So, you know, it's gonna be interesting. What about 5 versus 1? What do you mean with 5 versus 1? In what circumstances? Should I watch the video on some AI chat to write code? Yeah. There's a lot of stuff the AI can write to you in very fast time. We can even use some of those AIs to check some of our codes. I mean, what's wrong with this code? There's a bad thing here and a issue in this section, and we fix it. You know, so obviously there's some good use for it as well in some cases. Trust the Musk. I mean, Musk is one of them that at least see the worrying factor that we need to be very careful about, like, you know, making sure we can control that potential out of hand dangerous AI if we don't put procedures in place, you know. So at least someone is, you know, warning for that and push for that. Damn, Manashkisk. Think it would be possible to change retail pests for being legal in towns? I mean, you can build your own towns with TC, right? And if you are the land ruler, you can set your own rules, right? You can hire mercenaries and say, let my freaking pets walk around the city, and just accept it. And there you go. But to go to the Tinremic Empire and ask them to make a new rule, you have to talk to the emperor. Gonna have more mounts soon. We will have more mounts over time eventually, yes. We're not prioritizing new mounts right now. We will see when we prioritize stuff like that. But again, it depends on if a lot of the community wants us to prioritize more mounts, we will make it happen. Love how it started from a Mortal 2 update hype, and now we're discussing conspiracy theories with Henrik. I mean, you lead the way, guys. When we have covered the basics that we need to, I'm always up for a small chat with anything. Maybe. Why can't guilds war deck anyone they want? I don't understand why decks are tied to having murders. It's just how it is. Balance and logic. You know, we're also tying later on where there can be a nation alliance between a guild and a nation. And obviously if you're declaring war, there are consequences. So we are preparing for the end game rules that slowly are getting into the game as well, so we don't have to fly left and right changing rules as we go. Leak the Emperor's phone number, please. Indeed. Pets with care bags. Yes, we are getting batches of bags in upcoming patches. They will most likely be a little bit spread out. Let us mount things we have before adding new creatures. So one of the good mounts that we're missing obviously is the Ligator mounts, right? It's a very specific, powerful mount. It has some natural resistance, it has some passive regen, and it has a high jumping capability that makes it stand out from the horses and the Mulvas. The Mulvas obviously have the strength, it's strong, it can fight a little bit, it can carry a lot of stuff, it's slower. And the horse is obviously a good, steady, fast transportation across the world. So the Ligators is one of the third mounts that are quite symbolic for Mortal Lion, that may be the next mount before we start adding various types support of the current ones. I mean, obviously it won't, riding a panther or a wolf obviously won't be as effective as riding a horse with the same speed and stamina, because they're also heavily dependent on your character. If you're a small, little, thin character without heavy weight, then it could be very effective. So you can actually use a wolf or a big cat type of creature quite effectively. But if you're a big Thursar or a fat Ogmir, they may not be as effective. So it depends more heavily on that, if those mounts going to be more useful or not, depending on your weight and size, pretty much. But yeah, obviously we want the jumping capacity for our mounts, because that's what Ligators is quite strong in. They can climb steeper angles than horses. They're quite agile and they can jump higher. So that's one of their strengths. And like I said, some passive resistance and some regen that horses doesn't have. But in general, not as fast sprinters. That's their weakness, I guess. Is this the end of fat mages? I don't know. I mean, so we're not really going out to nerf things. We don't want to destroy builds, but we can clearly see missing components, underpower areas, and that is the better way of getting as good balance as possible. You know, buffing those underpowered things, adding those options missing, that will give the player a little bit better control and better balance. How do you jump? You press space, but it's not activated in our game yet. So you can't jump. Your mount doesn't jump, as you noticed. But we want to implement that feature so you can jump over rocks, trees, small things, you know, small fences. So you're finally talking about Ligators. I've been asking for a while, but I gave up. Hope it's coming soon, but I might not be taming by then. Yeah, can't say when it will come again. Depends so heavily, I guess, on the community. But if that's something the community wants early on, we will have it early on. I'm not sure when we're gonna look more into that maxi PC at this point. We don't want to wreck balance or do sensitive things that we know have a huge impact. As soon as we change anything related to speed, the meta changes, bam, instantly, like a hand grenade. We don't want to do that right now. That would be terrible, because right now we're 100% focused on 3 patches before, you know, we can look at other things like that. We are addressing wrong things in game design, like mental healing, the tower shields, knockdown functions that are, you know, heavily affecting balance also. We're addressing those things safely now, and we will move on from there. Yeah, I mean, stamina obviously is the next thing, right? But like I said, we want to be careful when it comes to nerfing current builds You know, maybe that's the wrong approach. Maybe we need to buff the other builds that are lacking from the bonus being lighter. You see what I mean? So we need to do the right calls very carefully to not wreck metas or, you know, change things back and forth in a bad way, which we kind of experienced a little bit in the first game. We are in 100% better balanced overall situation today than we ever been in Mortal Online history. Mortal Online 1 was very far away balance-wise in all categories, from clades to weapon groups to everything. So we are very happy to be in a much better place. So that's why we are, you know, we don't want to rush it, and it's not critical. We will take our time and make things perfect. Mind Blast is useless. I'm not sure everyone agrees with that. It has a specific use. Wouldn't say balance, but definitely fun still though. Like I said, it's a no-brainer that it's not perfect balance, and it will never most likely be perfect balance, because it's impossible. Because if I ask you or 10 other people, you're not agreeing on what is a good balance. That's obviously going to make it impossible to have perfect balance. There's no such thing. But what I mean with a very good baseline balance that we are happy enough with currently, so we're not in a critical historical way we need to change balance, is because if we can see veterans, good PvP players, and, you know, players that play the game a lot are using all the clades, all the weapon groups, that tells us something, right? That, okay, there's good use for all of them. There are pros and cons with a lot of them, but there are enjoyment, there are good tactics, and people are having fun with them, and they are winning with them. Then obviously that tells us something, right? Because the same data was in the first game. The only difference was that everyone was one clade set up in the first game, 1 or 2 clades. That was the meta. 2 clades out of our 10. That's crazy, right? And we had a Pole Source Online meta, and, you know, that's it. There was a very thin line when people want, I want to play like this, I like this. Nope, doesn't work. Reroll your character. This is the only way. So at least we are on a much better baseline. Like I said, again, it's not perfect, and it's never going to be perfect, because depending on who we ask, we're not agreeing anywhere across the board. It's very few areas that everyone agrees the same way. And that's the nature of these types of games, because we're all different, have different styles, different opinions, different views, right? So it's a challenge, and it's always going to be. That's why we learned the hard way and learned a lot based on this, coming from the first game, and have a much safer, steady approach when it comes to working on balance. Strange Atoms. Hey, very new to the game. Generally a PvE player. How much is there for me to do in Mortal Online 2 today? I would say that there's quite a lot for you to explore on Midland, and it's been growing a lot. The latest patches, almost every patch there's something new content-wise, and almost all points of interest that we add in game are, you know, obviously PvE content, to make the exploring the world more exciting, and to make sure there's a lot of rewards, risk rewards, and a lot of content for solo and small groups players also. So it's growing in almost every patch, and there's quite a lot for you to explore if you're new to the game, that's for sure. The world is quite large. A lot of data is people sucking up and just putting in time, hoping to change. Yeah, we're fully aware of that, right? We know, you know, it's a clear direction picture also when people say, I refuse to reroll this character, whatever that may be, but it's one of the worst, you know, it's underperforming. We're aware of those situations, and they're sticking to them still. And like I said, we know there are some underperforming areas, and that's exactly how we want to balance the game. We want to buff those underperforming ones so they come up more closer to all the others, so there are good options for everyone, rather than, you know, going to the one that are currently at the peak, nerfing that down, you know, forcing everyone to reroll and rage, and then we take the next top, nerfing that down. That's not the right way. You know, the right way is to make sure that the underperforming stuff may get a little nice tweaks, so they become interesting options next to all the others. Add more different houses. with TC, you will have additional types of houses, obviously, but you will also get additional styles eventually, but not initially. We just get the baseline. This is the base style of our houses, including TC structures, but eventually you will have different styles also. Yeah, there are underpowered areas like some pets and skills and stuff, and that was by purpose, because if they were overpowered, it will be very chaotic, very much rage, and we would have to take our focus off from Magic and TC and Epic Game Release to very quickly go into balancing sessions, and that's dangerous, and we can get stuck in that, and then we're postponing TC and the major milestones. So by purpose, and that we're saying today also, the same goes for Elementalism, it's safer for us to release them a little bit underpowered in general, and then slowly do a little nudge in upcoming patches to get them in good space, like we've done with Pole Swords, and we're doing it still, Warhammers, some of the Clade stuff. So, you know, we're working on it slowly but steady, carefully, to make everyone as happy as possible, rather than fuck up things, you know, and make a lot of people upset and then have to go back panicking and go back and forth. That's a dangerous approach. So yeah. What if this is not actually Henrik and it's an AI program that is hooking us up on this thing? You know, eventually it's going to be possible to have an AI that looks and speaks like me, right? And maybe even it's going to be able to be so well at responding that I can sleep while streaming eventually. It's just a matter of when, right? Deep fake, you know, it's getting quite scary. Light titanium armor definitely underperform versus heavy armor. You know, that is probably also quite true to data and statistics, and based on a lot of feedback. But like I said, we have a better way of how we approach balancing over time to identify those, yes, underperforming content, and have properly small adjustments without taking too big leaps in upcoming patches. And that will probably make more people happy and not many rage due to something going way crazy. You know, we had some crazy things in the past, obviously have to rush to tweak those, but we'll learn from that, right? And need to improve. We got one Henrik, we don't need another one. Indeed. Yeah, you will see an update to the whole standing crim system with the zone rules and nation standings update for the Epic Game patch. So you will see a lot being fleshed out with that patch to get better balance, more logic, more options in the world where you can do your thing. I can imagine Henrik sitting on a beach and having an AI doing weekly streams. That wouldn't be that would be cool, eh? Can you take the Turing test for us? We need to know that you aren't deep fake. This is exactly what deep fake would have responded, eh? We don't have any new armor sets coming right now anytime soon, but we have 3 clothing sets for the Epic Game patch. So citizens and players will be able to use some nice clothing. 3 really cool sets, customly made for Mortal, obviously. Do you think in the future it will be possible to become full Archer Ranger without being Meme? Yes, with the special ability moves, I think you will be having quite some interesting tools for your Archer. Obviously, it depends on how many abilities we are taking at the time. My goal and hope is that we're going to be able to do 2 to 3 per group in the first batch to have them under control and well balanced and stable. And then obviously we can keep on adding to those groups. So obviously Archer will getting these 2 to 3 abilities that a fully Archer can obtain, like parry abilities, quick shots, multiple shots, various types of actions you can throw in there to be a successful Archer Ranger. I don't think we have increased drop on the tiers at this point. No. Can you show us? Show you what? My custom computer water loop that I put together. Did you say parry for the Archer? Nice. Yes, I did say that. Clothing is cool, but will there be any new armor before TC? No, we don't have any armor plan for before TC. Again, if there's a big demand on gear, armors, weapon, new groups after this roadmap, we're gonna make that happen. But there's so many cool areas to pick from that I think you're gonna have it just as hard as us when it comes to picking. What should be the focus? Obviously, people are gonna pick what their personal think is coolest, right? And your style and how you want to play the game. And if we can see that the majority agrees in these things, that's when we go for them, right? I mean, I can try, you know, me and the team can try to estimate, they probably want this, and this would be good for the game. In some ways, we know that this component is required for core balance or functions, right? But then the more further we go, the more widespread the option becomes. Okay, so what next? What areas we'd like to see next? We have all these things to choose from that are planned for. But in what order, I think the community can help us with. I mean, we can pick stuff, right? But I think it makes more sense to let you help us pick the right things, right? Show the loop. I want to see the loop, eh? Wolves being so close to bear spawns make taming bears extensively annoying in some cases. A lot of spawns are not used by tamers because it's so chaotic around them. It depends heavily on where in the world, right? There are some areas that are quite heavily populated with wildlife, while some are quite empty. And that's also part of our session we're doing with Epic Game Patch, where we're gonna distribute a lot more wildlife and humanoids and camps spread out in the world to make sure there's a nice balance and people can explore with a lot of these interactions rather than a long period of time with emptiness. That's not very exciting, right? So you can expect updates on that field. But I wouldn't say it's a big problem that it's too hard to tame bears because there's a lot of wolves nearby. It depends 100% on where in the world. We have hundreds of bear spawners and hundreds of wolf spawners spread on Milan, so I'm quite sure you will be able to find many bear spawners without wolves nearby. It's just a matter of finding them, right? Deal willing is one of those weapon group but also comment functions that require specific new coding. We don't want to copy it over from the first game because it didn't work as well and as intended in a modern game that we expect it to be today. But it is on a list. We want to add deal willing, but again, then it comes down to, so is that one of those features we should add in the next roadmap near, or will it be pushed down the road a little bit depending on the community, what they want first? So it's going to be very exciting to see what you are picking, you know, because, I mean, we have all of that on a list. We are going to have it, but the question is in what order? Because, like, you know, we can't add them all at the same time, right? Tracking is a planned skill, yes. I'm playing Terma since launch, and this has never been an issue. Just kill the wolves. Yeah, I'm sure you will be able to find a tactic around that issue if that's a problem. Like you said, either kill the wolves or find other bear spawners that have less other creatures around them. We need a bit higher horse spawners. In the jungle camp area is very lacking. Yeah, like I said, we have several areas quite a lot in the southern area, I would say, lacks quite a few spawners, humanoids. So we're gonna add quite a lot. I mean, I mapped out several hundreds of humanoids and some wildlife that are gonna be distributed. Also new regions, materials that are gonna be distributed across Milan. So there's gonna be more for sure. You have a goal for active player count this year? I mean, I guess I don't have a specific goal like that, but obviously we want to make sure we always minimally break even. That's obviously a minimum factor for us to be able to continue in the rate we are now. And obviously the next instantly goal after that will be to grow, right? Be able to expand and improve the company and the size of the team and the product even faster. And that is obviously directly linked to our player population. So what's important is that we want to obviously grow slowly but steady is the first requirement. And then, of course, we want to hopefully over time reach some very exciting numbers. You know, let the game speak for itself. So it's hard to say, right? But yeah, just calculating without any sales, 8,500 subs covers that pretty much, and then we're not really counting any sales, and that's not realistic because we have sales daily, right? So obviously depending on the sales, the active sub count fluctuate depending on what kind of sales we're having. So yeah, you know, it would be really nice to obviously cover around 10,000 players initially, active players, I mean. Not simultaneously, but because that's a different type of measurement, right? But it would be nice to have around those numbers and slowly but steady grow. Thank you, Henrik. Best game out there. Thank you. Will rocks. Some month we sold a lot of copies, obviously, and you know, it covers a lot of our expenses, and obviously sales helps with the awareness as well. But at the same time, you know, like I said, we know that the newbie experience can be greatly improved, and also we can protect them better, and we need some polish, right? Some bugs that we absolutely need to fix. So at the same time, we don't want too many new players today because some of them may be burned based on some of these lacking areas I just mentioned, and we may lose the chance for those players. So that's why we really want to reach the Epic Game milestone, and then we want to push hard to get all players back that have tried it and any new player in the world. I mean, we have a few millions of players over time that will, or hopefully will, try Mortal Online, and the goal is to save a few percentage of those millions of players, and then we, you know, have a very bright future to keep on expanding Mortal Online. So that's obviously the goal of that starts with Epic Game milestone. Yeah, the genre that Mortal Online attracts have a few million players out there, believe it or not. That doesn't mean that we're gonna have those million of players playing on one day. I'm talking about a longer period of time, right? So looking at games like Rust, Tarkov, Valheim, you know, some MMORPG in general, Darker and Darker. It's good games that are again making awareness of this type of game. Imagine someone that I really like Darker and Darker. You know, I like the fighting, going around and be able to kill and loot someone. Imagine if you could do that in a freaking whole world with thousands of players and it's being persistent, not just a deathmatch. How cool would that be? And someone said, hey man, have you checked out Borderline 2? It's exactly what you described. Oh, no way, man. I want to try it now. Bam, done. So take all those players in those categories. There's something for everyone in this type of game. And you know, it's a huge player base. And if we can crack through those over the years, I'm sure we're gonna be able to attract a shitload of players, you know. This game is not just for extreme hardcore players, because, you know, there are other games that have the same kind of hardcoreness, just smaller, right? They can get all that in this game, and over time we will have even more players interested, because we're gonna have more features that you can see other games that other games doesn't have, like Sea of Thieves, you know. Those kind of features. We will have those features in this game eventually. Bam, we open up for a whole new generation of pirates players that want to just sail the seas and explore the sea. And then we have another type of players in the game. So it will be something for everyone. It will be the one game to rule them all eventually. You see? I mean, we will eventually have the chosen one features, the arena systems. Then there's no reason to play a game like Dark and Dark anymore, because you can do exactly that in our game world, and you can go out with your rewards, put them in your bank and house, and continue your journey in this persistent, exciting world. It has everything in one, even better, you know. So I think it's great that those games pop out, become popular, and give them a little taste of what can be obtained in this game over time. You see what I mean? See what I mean? Oh my god. Stranger Atoms. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. If you add pirate gameplay, that's all I will ever do. And you will have it. The question is when, right? So after roadmap, we will put the ship system on that optional voting list. If the majority want one of the big main features should be the ship system, we will make it happen. So, and I think that's a good way of doing it, because then we know that there's a lot of players looking forward to this feature, therefore it's worth going for that one earlier rather than later, right? I am installing the game now, 20 minutes to go. Any tips? Flanky Merc, welcome to the game, welcome. I'm sure there will be many players here that have a lot of good tips for you. One of the very strong components is actually finding a guild or a group of players that are, you know, like-minded like you. So if you want to play with other players, which actually, you know, makes the game very exciting in many different ways, I think that will be a good thing to do. Start looking for a group of players you can adventure with them, or even just communicate with them to see, you know, I'm unsure of what kind of build or setup or how I should do things. I'm sure those players will give you very good tips of how to get going in those directions that you're interested in. And of course, you can always go solo, take your own time, explore things, which is always a bit more challenging and difficult, right? Because you're going to learn the hard way, right? And that's also what we are focusing on heavily, to make sure it shouldn't be the hard way that if you're unlucky, you're stuck and have to stop the game and, you know, you forgot about the game. That's what we are fixing with Epic Game Release. But until then, you know, it's a good time to get into the game and learn before the masses join in and the chaos and the war starts. So if you don't mind playing with a group of friends, that is probably one good tips. Reach out to a guild or so, and you will learn faster and get into the game more efficiently. I don't want to die. You will die. That's something you will have to prepare to embrace. You will get stronger and more wise and experienced every time you die. So keep that in mind. Don't be feared of don't fear death and item loss. That's a natural thing in Mortal, and when you embrace it and learn to adapt around it, and that you can re-gear quickly and efficiently again, you won't be as scared of death anymore. And that's when you shine. That's when you become a better fighter and survivalist. When your adrenaline is pumping like hell and you're pushing all the buttons at the same time, that's when things goes wrong, you know. And that's gonna happen, trust me. But that's one of the beauty of the game as well. And the better you adapt to that, the better you become in Mortal 9 in the long run. Also installing the game now, Stranger Atoms. That is awesome tier. So the same tips goes to you, I guess. Any plan on smoking pipes in game for roleplay? Yes, absolutely. What would be the point of using boats? There is nowhere to travel. Oh my god, 40. There will obviously be a lot of content tied to the ships. So just to mention a few things. Obviously it would be kind of like a portable house, right? You will have your base on a floating option. You can put it in different lakes, seas, and the ocean, obviously. Along with that, obviously, we'll be able to do deep sea fishing. Along with that, we want to add sea creatures, threats that you can, fight against and discover treasures out in the sea, out on the in the depth, because they're going to be magic and potions that also help you to dive better, more efficiently. And eventually, we have a whole freaking continent underwater, which is almost a size like Milan, but everything underwater. There will be air gaps and so on, so you can explore there for a lot. There will be obviously ship fighting with siege systems, so you will be able to be pirates trying to siege each others, loot each others. There will be islands that you can discover, and obviously there may be things hidden on these islands. That's just a few of the things that you will get with the ships. Like the character art in your game, to be honest, reminds me of old school RPG brutal gladiator themes. Thank you. Yeah, we go for a believable, realistic. We invested a lot in our characters. The details of the face is just phenomenal. I think the art did an awesome job there. Just take a close-up look on your character window. It's really beautiful. So, yeah. Don't fear death, but vet players die. Boy, the fumes that come out. I mean, of course, but that's the bit, right? If there wouldn't be anything tied to death, you wouldn't care, and it wouldn't have been as exciting, and it wouldn't be as satisfying when you do manage to win a fight, right? So that's why full loot and full PvP goes hand in hand in a very natural, harsh way. So of course, the veterans get upset when enemies are winning and looting their things. That's part of it, right? But learning as a new player, you're gonna die a lot in the world without players, which obviously also is one step to learn and adapt to, right? You will learn what animal is dangerous to you, how can you survive this, what do you need to do to survive, and so on. And then of course, players is a whole other area. When is underwater stuff coming in? I'm not sure yet. So as I said before, it depends on what the players want, right? We have all these different features that we want to present. Depending on what the players are voting for, we're going to push that up in a prioritized order. So the upcoming roadmap will be based a lot on that. We will see later, Joe, when it comes to additional possible playable races. There are some plans in the future. Ritual pets should not be broken, but there are some balance issues, and obviously we're missing the ritual tables for housing that we're gonna try to add as soon as we can. I don't have a picture of the Mulvarmos, I'm afraid. I need to ask our artist to give me one. Maybe for the next one. Will there be flying in the game, like airships? That's nothing we really have on our table at all at this point. So we do have a few creatures that are flying that you will be able to mount, but they won't be as common as a horse. You know, horses you will find all over the world. You can tame them and ride around in an efficient way. It will never be the same way when it comes to riding a flying creature. Also because of very important balance reasons. But there will be a few very special cases with quite powerful flying creatures that a player could potentially take under control and even mount and fly around in the world. Obviously, there will be very dangerous siege machineries on walls and keeps locations where players have built cities. One of these bolts will be very deadly against this situation. So, yeah. Gonna fix the trader. You can only see one page of items. The trader, you mean what? The scroll bar, the page selector, or what do you mean? Dragons is confirmed, actually. We will have ancient creatures and titans in this game when we are fully done with the tier 3 AI. We slowly but steady reaching that point. And we're gonna have some surprises for you, trust me. I mean, our AI troll behavior and boss behavior is already, you know, quite a one of a kind. It's quite pushing it far compared to most MMOs. But when we reach the fully fledged tier 3 AI, you're going to see that deployed on some of those titans, and that will be a thing on its own. Yeah, the titans. We're going to show you something pretty soon, guys, so don't worry. Don't worry. I mean, there's no next page of items. There are more items than shown. Do you mean on a broker or when you're trading with a player, or what circumstances are you referring to here? I'm not exactly sure what I mean. So we'll be added to the game. The plan is to enable the free month when Epic Games release hits, because that's when we have fulfilled all those requirements and polish and content that we think, you know, we are more than we first planned for. And also to be able to keep expanding and growing and make the game even better. So that's after the Epic Game release is the plan. Broker. I mean, they should only list the amount of numbers on one page, and then you go to the next page and it shows the rest. I'm not sure if there's a bug involved. I'm not aware, but if it's reported, I'm sure it's on our back tracker. Will dragons be tame or dominatable? There will be a very specific rules when it comes to some of those creatures. I call it the three-way conflict. You may kill it, you may control it, you may put it to sleep to gain its power. And if you can control it, you can fly it. If you kill it, you get a treasure or reward by, you know, harvesting it, mining it. Incredible treasure. If you put it to sleep to use its power, obviously you're going to obtain something one of a kind power to use in the game. So it's up to the players, and it may also have an impact. If you keep it alive or kill it or chase it away, or whatever you do when it arrives in the world, it will also have an impact in the world. So it's a very cool thing that affects the whole Mirland in a certain way. And of course the players, depending on what they choose to do. High moral to be special. Love that even Asmongold and others are admitting, even if they don't want to play it yet. They really like the idea and want it to succeed. Yeah, I mean, when Asmongold picked it up, the first thing he said, I can't stand a first-person game. So already there, Mortal was doomed from Asmongold, right? But he still gave it a shot and looked a little bit into it and saw the stuff that are really unique and stands out and that he thought is cool, that many is thinking being, you know, the cool thing about Mortal Online. But yeah, obviously it's difficult if you can't stand a first-person game, which is one of the core features in Mortal Online. But yeah, I really, you know, enjoyed our depth of the crafting. I thought that was insane and very cool. And the concept of the free open world, that is a very challenging game to do, and that, you know, we are moving forward in. But there are also some other big streamers like Lyrics, I don't know, Shroud, some of those streamers that actually played games like Ultima Online, Asher's Call, and some Darkfall that enjoy them and know what they're all about. I'm sure like players like Shroud will feel more at home in Mortal Online, and since they're good first-person players, I'm also sure they're gonna be good at it and learn it quite quickly, like many other streamers are doing, and can become quite the force to reckon with. I mean, if they gather their army, you know, some of our veterans may having quite the fight to defend their keeps, you know. So it's interesting that, you know, someone can come and bring their army and spice things up in the game. I mean, a little bit of that happened during the beta, right? I remember the Wolf Pack and some of those streamers that showed up and put up quite the fight for old timers, spice things up. It's cool stuff, right? And a lot of those are coming back also with the TC content, so it's gonna be cool. And yeah, all we need is, you know, getting some awareness that we're gonna push hard on when we do the Epic Game release. So hopefully we will get a lot of attention and a good wave of players trying the game. That's the goal, right? If Asmon played this game for a week, the server would be smashed by 30 new players at once. Yeah, I'm not sure if Asmon gonna pick it up again. Maybe he will look at it again if we again manage to get some awareness and people show it and talk about the amazing one-of-a-kind things that we actually managed to do now and fix the things, the problems that we couldn't handle before. If we manage to do that right, maybe he will at least watch at it to see, you know, where are we going? Because like he said, I mean, he wants to see these types of game, but it's a challenge, right? And there's also understandable why it's not for everyone, right? So yeah, will be cool to get some coverage, that's for sure. Yeah, he did play it, but he struggled a lot. Already at the walkers in first person, it was pure pain. Yeah, I mean, he have tested it, so it's, you know, somewhere there in the back of his mind, he knows that we are working forward with Mortal Online, and we've done some unique stuff, and we have failed on some stuff, but now we are fixing those issues, and we're gonna hit the world with Epic Game release, guys. Together, we're gonna put it on the world map and take over. Played and got smashed up, indeed. First person is the best. Yeah, I mean, obviously, coming from World of Warcraft, like Asmon got born into the genre of MMOs playing World of Warcraft, which so many other millions players did. That's how you play MMOs for many of those, right? And don't think that, you know, the game can actually be designed to be first person only. We see a lot of potential and unique experience and better immersive, better systems, better VoIP system, better FOIP system, and so many player skills involved with first person only and having a combat and aim based and all that skills in a first person only. I mean, you can scroll out in most of those MMOs, right? And you can scroll into first person, but it plays like shit because they haven't spent any time on first person, because they know 95% gonna scroll out in third person, because if you can choose between first person and third person in an MMO, you're always gonna play it in third person because you have 10 times better advantages. It's like cheating, right? So that's why they don't put any time or effort in making first person play or look or feel good at all. So we design our game surrounding first person. We put so much empathy, power, experience, skills, immersiveness, all this system I said that goes from your mouth and your eyes, and if you hide, you have to hide. If you peek your head out, they're gonna see your head out. That's exactly what the hell it should be all about, you know. So obviously you need to be able to play in first person. That's quite a high requirement for Mortal Online. If that's a no-go, then obviously it may be tough. We have seen a lot of people complaining, I hate first person, I want to play third, come on, make it happen. And then after 1 week, okay, I embraced it, I fucking adapted, and now I love it. I won't go back. So, no, hopefully. And with shares be available, we'll see. I think I didn't think I liked first-person MMORPGs until I played MO2. Yeah, Buzz Baby, exactly like I said. There's a lot of people that have this, I'm not gonna like it. Just, you know, a little bit like Asmongold. Maybe if he's forced himself and his friend is playing and he gets, you know, reach past that struggle, there's a chance that he may also enjoy a lot of things there. But, you know, it is a little more hardcore, obviously, compared to those WoW games, so it's still quite natural it won't be for everyone, right? Some people don't want to have that pressure of, holy shit, another player is trying to kill me or steal my things now when I'm out in the wild, so I better fight for my life. It's obviously an experience, right? That is a one of a kind. And some players may just want to chill there and never have that to be an option. I can't ever be killed, I can't be looted, so I don't care. I just sit here and chill and fall asleep every now and then. That's fine, right? And that's what some players are looking for when they are on their gaming sessions. But we offer something unique that really gives a freaking one-of-a-kind gaming experience. And I think that's also the impression we get why people coming back saying, shit, man, you ruined my MMORPG experience. Because whenever I try something new I'm excited about, it feels like shit, and I keep coming back to Mortal because I'm spoiled, you know. It's like that drug hit. When you get here, you can't go down to here again. It's gonna feel a waste of time. So you need to be up here, and this is where Mortal 9 is, and the majority of MMOs are more like here, right? They're more here. You see what I mean? Every time I see him in a video, he always very positive about it, despite the first-person thing. And yeah, I agree about Shroud, etc. Especially with a lot of people playing Dark and Darker, etc. There is interest in this type of gameplay. 100%, 100%. See if you can use Chat GPT for NPC dialogue. Zen with you already we already a step ahead of you, boy. Yeah. Base Hunter. Yeah, hopefully we'll be back also with the Epic Game release. Join the fights. He was an old member of Koto, one of our older guilds. Henrik, is there any plan for catapult ammo aside from just boulders? Example, plague ammo. Yes. What about fire boulders? Yeah, we do want to have some of those options. The question is how much of those options we can add in the first pack of TC. So we will see if that's a possibility in the first pack or if it needs to be one of the follow-up. Yeah, we need Base Hunter to make a MO2 song. Amazing work making humans relevant again with the clade buffs. I feel like 100 weapons need to be turned down a little bit next. And other balanced things coming in next patch. There's just so much. I don't even keep track of everything. We will have the patch notes soon and it will see everything goes into it. I was very first person averse till MO2 as well. Yeah, you're not alone, that's for sure. But the good part is that a lot of those that hesitated kind of saw the strength in it after a while and said, okay, it makes sense. If we enable a toggle for it, it's game over for the whole work that makes the first person good, right? So that's why we need to stay with that option only, even though we obviously get every now and then someone, how do I toggle to third person? It would be so nice if we add third person. Naturally, because they played World of Warcraft for a few years. The biggest competitor is Ash of Creation, which hasn't even released yet, and I will definitely have problems when it drops like all others. Competition is good though. I think Mortal has the potential to be so immersive because of first person. Yeah, Ash of Creation have third person already, so already there we're taking two different approaches in the world. Yeah, immersive because of first person. I think once it fleshed out, it can offer something that no other game in the making can. Yeah, 100%, I agree. I'm not sure if Ashes Creation would be the closest one though, because it feels the more they do, the more they want to reach out to those millions of players of World of Warcraft. And it makes sense, right? I mean, obviously you want millions of players. And it sounds more and more not like Mortal 9 and more like something else. I don't know how to put words on it, but the little I know and seen, at least, it's gonna be something different than Mortal Online, that's for sure. Gaming character creation right now, that is awesome. Exactly, that's what I meant about potential for immersion. As for creation, we never have that type of stealthing in bushes and stuff because of third person. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you stand behind a left of a wall, you just got in third person and rotate the camera, and you can see everyone on the other side, even though your character is hidden. This is bullshit. So we don't want that, right? And if we give a toggle, that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna be surprised behind walls because they can see you behind walls, even though your character can't see you. So it's a big difference, right? And not only there, everything, the entire combat, you know, we have a very close experience to a game like Mortal, you know, those types of game when it comes to combat, which is one of a kind in an MMO, also because we focus on first person only. We wouldn't be able to do this in the same way if we have to counter for both third person and first person. Like I said, I don't want the cheating to be a thing. I want you to be able to sneak around. If you're a good stealth player, you'll learn how to blend into bushes and use additional tools will be able to be used to obviously let you blend even better eventually. Third person sucks. Going to add crouching and prone. We're gonna add, yes, we're gonna add crouching. Prone, I'm not sure of at this point yet, and I don't know when we will be able to add it into a patch, but we are planning to test crouching for sure. And yeah, you will have the ability to hide in certain ways with magic also, that also hides your name tag. You will still be able to find someone and see him being there somewhat disguised with camouflage or with magic, but you won't be able to just move your mouse over and see his name tag. So you will actually have to find him for real. That's the kind of hiding ability you will have over time. First person made every quest great. What is preventing new player to come into the game is the confusing and lacking tutorial. It does not explain how to create your character, how the plus minus lock skill system works. The skill UI is confusing. The book lore is a lot to learn. No way to respec your character in Haven. Help chat can help, but there's a lot of things to learn in the game. There is a lot to learn in the game, very much like EVE Online. The learning curve is quite steep initially. There's a lot of stuff to figure out, 100% true. And of course, yeah, there's a balance here where we can't overwhelm a new player with information. We can't just smack a never-ending tutorial with all the different areas and features, because they're not gonna remember it all anyway. They have to play a little bit to embrace the first eras and adapt and learn the next steps and the next step, and over time they cover it all, right? So that's why we need to focus on the right thing. And what is that? That is to make them enjoy having some options to do what they find is interesting, either if it's in crafting areas or exploring areas or fighting areas. And then slowly, you know, after that, they will on their own have an interest. Hey, by the way, how can I do this? Can I craft this? And then slowly they embrace those areas over time. So we need to focus on holding their hand in a proper way, interesting way, and make sure when they leave Haven, they can choose. I want to be a fighter. I want to do these things. Okay, I will talk to this NPC. He have work for me. All right, great. I need to fight and do this and this for him, and I will gain standings. I will make a profit, and I will gain my skills. Great, that's easy. I can start to get going. And then the more they do that, now I'm tired about that. I want to have a bigger challenge. So I want to fight something more dangerous, or I want to do some transportation goods, or I want to harvest something, or whatever that may be, right? And by doing those things that he picks, you know, they learn, right? And obviously also implement the notice board where they can recruit players, interact with guilds, and join groups, which is very powerful, because then they just ask the groups and the player's gonna tell them all about it, right? So, ballpark date for the Epic Game release. We don't mention any dates at this point. We will, when we get closer, there will be indication of how the setup is looking. You're doing well, thank you. I'm doing quite well. Is there any plans for like PvP capture the flag or anything like that? We can practice PvP with losing gear or something like that. With losing gear or without losing gear? There will be different options for this over time, yes. There will be arena rules, obviously, where you set the rules. You can do the bettings. There will be ranking ladders, and there will be, you know, practice modes, if you may, from 1 versus 1 to team versus team. Then as soon as we drop the meteoroid drop system, that is kind of like a capture the flag, I would say. It was very popular in the first game. What that means is a meteor gonna drop from the sky, everyone gonna see it from across Mjolnir. Obviously that's gonna attract a lot of players, right? They will obviously fight for that thing depending on hostility, and then you can bring that home to your base, put it in a specific building and obtain powers from it. It will remain on your buildings as long as others allows it, which obviously means the others can make a small skirmish siege towards your base just to try to steal your relic and move it to their base instead. And back and forth. I suspect those be, you know, going back and forth between guilds and cities. So that's one kind of capture the flag with a twist, I would say, right? Loot of death is no excuse for games not to play it, to be honest. Considering Tarkov's success, I think they don't have patience, to be honest, to build something over time. I mean, it's understandable when, you know, if you don't have much time or patience, just jump in, do a quick death match, and then jump out again. You know, that's always going to be popular for a lot of those players, right? But of course, if you want something more meaningful, more depth, more risk reward, more investment, and greater of everything, and also it, yes, comes with more persistent time investment, I would say. That's true. That's what I mean, that of course it won't be for everyone, right? But I think it's still, those games still highly can promote a game like Mortal Line, because over time, hopefully many people are gonna say, even when they're playing Rust or Tarkov, those types of game, like, have you tried Mortal Line? You know, it has full loot as well, but let's start a guild together. Let's freaking build a city, and we can do that on a long-term, persistent, and have an effect, an impact in the world. It's very cool. And people haven't heard about it, but when you tell them about it, they're gonna say, hey, wait a minute, that sounds pretty cool, I wanna try it. A lot of those players wanna try Mortal Line when they hear that. So we hope that obviously we make a wave, influencers, marketing, that more and more people talk about it and say, you know, so all those players that will potentially be able to enjoy Mortal Line at least get to hear it and say, okay, well, you know, let's freaking try it. And if they can tap into some of those areas that they enjoy, there's a decent chance of obviously we're getting a healthy, fast-growing player population. In past PB battlegrounds, yes. There will be a lot of things. Like I said, Chosen Ones, Meteor drops, Arena, all the different city conflicts, nations sign-ups and conflicts. There will be multiple tiers of PvP battlegrounds for sure, depending on what you're looking for. True, Dark and Dark will raise the standards of many players towards first person. Yeah. And like I said, if someone is talking with their friends, Dark and Darker, enjoying the game, yes, enjoying that game. We try Mortal Line, very similar, you know, run around in first person. You have the fantasy setting, and you even have a lot of those potions, especially this next patch. You know, you have the ranged, you have the melee, you have magic, even more magic with this next patch. But imagine that with thousands of players. You can have a siege with 400, 500 players. Like a real siege, shooting catapults, fire rain, and fighting for the freaking keep. That's interesting for those players. They're gonna say, let me try it. And if they join a group or a friend, play as a group, and start tapping into that, there's no going back. That's usually how it works. Obviously, the big challenge is to get them there, right? And if we get them there, there's no one going back. That's what we have experienced. We all go back for that hit. Everything else is trash. MO2's best game, like Dark and Darker, are nice for what they are, but the entire game could just be a game mode, Immortal on 2, in the forms of tournaments or battle royale being held in dungeons. Exactly, and that's what I meant, Crumbs, when I said before. We have a few features that we have planned. We have quite a lot of the design waiting for the coders to be ready. When we implement those features in Immortal 9, we have very much that, exactly what you say. Obviously with a few different rules and behavior. But yes, 100%. You will be able to do that and only that if that's what you like in Immortal 9 eventually. And then, yeah, imagine having everything else in a real world where with the value rising, more players joining in. You can make, making a reputation for yourself, role rankings, and just expand from there and get into other features and areas. So it has everything in the same world eventually. So yeah, that's why I like when those games pop up and become successful, because those can be like a first tier step towards a game like this, where you can enjoy a lot of that eventually, if that's what you want to do in the game, that is. So when again switching to Unreal, is it that good of a system? Seems to be able to do everything. Unreal Engine is a good engine. We picked the right engine from the start, even though it wasn't as obvious as the choice initially. But we are masters in Unreal by now, I would say. And we have one-of-a-kind, large-scale network solution that works for Unreal 4 and 5. And no one else have something close to it. No one else have something with the capacity we have today and the freedom of making the game exactly how the game developers want it by using this technology. There's nothing like it on the market. We have that edge currently, and hopefully we will have it for quite a while, because it's so heavily adapted obviously also to this type of gameplay. So it's exciting, and there's been a few reach out, they want to do MMO, they want to use Unreal Engine 5. They know it's going to take a couple of years to make a MMO solution, and to make a MMO solution like we have done, there's nothing. Every MMO solution is more like a WoW network solution, because that's how most games have been built and still are building them like that. So yeah, it's an exciting position actually to have that kind of lead currently. I mean, I don't know, anything can change, tomorrow, but that's how it is today at least, and that's very exciting for us. Yeah, so we don't have a date yet when it comes to coloring for gear, the dye system, and designing the guild emblem system. It's something we want early on, because it adds a lot of value for a guild and a city, especially now when TC is coming. So it's a little bit sad we couldn't make it in time, because we had, but we had to pick, right? So I'm gonna see if we can add a few different types of color flags at least, so players can use those in a few options. And then we will see where we put the guild die system, emblem system. We have to see where we can put it. That's true as well. They have scaled back the sandbox. It's becoming a theme park. Yeah. I mean, it's understandable why many first sell it as everything, and then it turns out to a very raw form of theme park. And it's thanks to World of Warcraft and those giants, because who, as a company that have the resource to invest a lot in something, want to obviously be able to get the highest reward possibilities. And if they have the resources and manpower, they have the options to compete with a game like, or a company like Blizzard in terms of building that kind of game. So it kind of makes sense why many are, changing their mind. Just look at New World. Because why wouldn't they try to compete with the best and try to make it even better than the best? A company like Amazon, it makes sense, right? But exciting thing with us is that we are a small company. We just need a fraction of the player base, and we will be doing very well as a company, be able to expand quickly, grow, and make the game even better. So we push that lead even further. I think we are getting into the lead when it comes to a sandbox MMO, and hopefully we'll really put the game on a map, world map with the Epic Game release, and then push that lead very quickly forward. So, but the thing is also, some may say, in that type of game, there's only going to be a few thousand players. There's no audience for it. I mean, it's true if you compare 40 million players from World of Warcraft, that we're probably not going to have those players anytime soon. Not very realistic. But, you know, we don't need 40 million players. Just having 100,000 players is extremely exciting and a huge success for us to very quickly expand. And with that expansion, we can push it even better, faster, larger, and we can grow even more. And you know, we saw Ultima Online, very successful, the first fantasy MMO game, quite close to Mortal Online in terms of sandboxy. I don't remember, what was it? They picked out around 300,000 players. We have a more modern game today. If we do things right, there's no reason not to surpass those kind of numbers, especially when we see those popular games, like you say, Dark and Dark or Valheim and those others that have 1 million players combined. All of those players could become a mortal player over time. And if we tap into that and that start happening, we're good in the future, and it's going to be very exciting for the sandbox genre. That I can tell you all. Not only because of Mortal Online, but I'm sure other eyes will open up and see the potential that the players want something more than just WoW clones. Will be good for the sandbox genre. I think I'm a little behind here. So Mountain Blade, more and cheap as an MMO, always been my dream game, and I'm playing it now. Exactly. All those games are quite popular, right? A lot of players are going through them, but after a while they get a little thin because there's not more depth, there's not much more to do than that. A great fun deathmatch, and you know, after a while it kind of goes down a little bit. You have all that from small scale to insane large scales in a persistent world with so much more to offer. I mean, even more in the future. So it's a very good starting step game coming from those games, and already feel a little bit at home in Mortal Online, and just, you know, enjoy everything else along the journey. Why does Elementalism use staff? No, it's not meant to be a staff school. The staff school will use staffs. Right, I'm gonna scroll down one last time, and then shit, yeah, time is flying. I struggle with keeping them short and effective. Sorry guys, but I just keep failing on that. I mean, it's always interesting to talk to you guys with different topics surrounding Mortal and Immortal. We'll be adding a few more spawns overall from Molva to other creatures and a lot of humanoids, especially with the Epic release. We wanna, when everyone logs into the Epic release, it's gonna feel refreshing, and the whole world is gonna have a nice update, nice exploration worldwide. So there will be juice for every single veteran as well when Epic releases. Thousands. There will be thousands. This Dark Age of Government so much, the Siege PvP was ahead of its time. Don't worry, we have Mortal Online too. We're gonna surpass it greatly. I played that game as well. It was a good game, but it's gonna be better. It's gonna be better. It was good at the time, yes. Life is Furious is try to do what you're doing. Your network solution is the final piece to the equation. Yeah. Disorder like that. Thank you for the prime. I mean, obviously we had issues with network solution that we all witnessed during large fight at release chaos, but we also seen our progression finally to let the game speak for itself. And I think we have the world record today with 450, 445 or 46 players on the same locations, almost all on the screen, when acts collided with the coalition and the network wasn't even sweating. The only thing that was sweating was the client's computers rendering those pixels, which is understandable, which we will improve even further. But I think that's the greatest battle in this type of MMO I ever witnessed, and I played everything starting from Ultima Line. I've never seen such performance, such scale, and I mean, we don't have low poly models, we have freaking next generation models, as you know, and the network handled it like a beast. So just imagine our future large scale battles when the FPS is even better on the clients. It's gonna be one of a kind battles to insanity. But yeah, it's been a hard journey, that's for sure. Can we just have TC though? Soon. We need to make it good so we can all enjoy it for a long time. In a game that even looks the same, it's not even multiplayer. Exactly, that's so easy to forget. You know, when playing Mordhau For Honor, though, that looks really awesome, right? But it's not multiplayer game. It's multiplayer game, but it's not MMO game, and the network solution is completely different. And they say like, just make it like Mordhau on those games and come up with perfect. You know, you can't just take a Mercedes and convert it into a Ferrari with the chassis. You know, it's not compatible. So yeah, it's I'm very impressed with the team. You know, both art-wise, combat system-wise, network solution-wise. It's a one of a kind, and I think we are in the lead, honestly. With all the struggles we had, currently we are in a very exciting position, and it may open up doors for more games in the future. So we have more options, because we don't have any options when it comes to sandbox games. I think it's quite sad. Life is Feudal tried really hard to do it. It was very similar to this game, but their network solution was not good enough, and it was unstable until it died. It is one of the absolutely biggest challenges, and that is to make a game like this where you don't control players' positioning and have a network solution, and then add the depth of a real-time combat. It's unseen of, and there's a reason why there is not a huge market for it, because it's so freaking hard. It took us 16 years to get here, and there are probably not that many insane people like me to push for 16 years throughout so much struggle and pain and never give up. That's also probably one reason why there are not that many. I guess I'm a little bit insane when it comes to never giving up, but it will pay off, and I'm seeing the fruits now slowly and steady, and I hope you guys can taste it as well. I really hope. You're amazing. Thank you, LRG. We appreciate your streams. Thank you very much, Buzz Baby. Where's TC at? It's coming soon. It's coming after the Elementalism patch. We're getting closer and closer. Yeah, the GMs are handling those boss situations. They are looking into it, and we're going through with the devs as well. I believe this game will be amazing. It's already very good. I'm just scared you implement subs before it's ready for it. If you get that timing right, I think you will succeed. I mean, yeah, that's obviously why we had to pause subscription. We had a full picture, I think. We have collected feedback, we have collected the bugs and issues, and we just need to crunch through it now. Polish that, get that out of the way, and get the last missing big end game content that everyone is asking for. And I think we will be in a very good position. And it's also, again, one of a kind, and obviously we need to be able to continue work on the game. That's why we also need to have some kind of income, right? So, but we are taking our time to make it right. So I'm very excited and confident for the future. Well, this game hasn't changed in 6 months. Then you are completely blind, or you haven't tried the game. I apologize if I'm blunt, but that's the truth. every patch have been a huge improvement in very many ways for the game, and the players are seeing this already. So I think that is a little trolling, or you simply haven't tried the game. That could be it. Did you see my video? I don't know what video I take, but it's easy. Territory control, building cities, siege machineries, and fight for control. Well, good things take time, doesn't it? That is true, that is true. But 16 years of struggle, it's not normal to keep struggling, right? But yeah, here we are, finally. Act Glory was MMO history. Was pretty entertaining, I have to say. I watched a lot of those streams and bardos going crazy in a good way. It was very entertaining to watch. All sides fought bravely and gave a lot of joy for everyone, I think. So it was awesome to see. And again, thank you for that happening, helping us to see the network in heavy load pressure test and showing that, you know, we are in a very good position. Is there game applications? Yes, but you can't be a player and a GM at the same time or at all. It's a golden rule we have applied. So you have to be an external hired GM or a player. Can't be both. Adult people who say things like that even remember what the most current patches was 6 months ago without looking it up, to pretend they've been paying that much attention. I mean, people that play the game seriously and see what's going on and appreciating it, the more people are playing it and playing it longer time, obviously shows that we're moving in the right direction, right? The game needs to speak for itself. It doesn't matter what I say here, right? I can only state information, explain things and the facts that we are able to share. And then the game speaks for itself and have to deliver, right? Low frame, but ran way better than before. We did have trouble in backed the other night though. It was rubber banding bad. I mean, there are cases, so we have a few node crashes, and when a node crashes, a backup node takes over, and what that node needs to do is move all those players and all the AI, and that happens in a few ticks, which can cause some obvious problems. But as soon as that have been fully done, it usually runs as normal again. We have identified why that node was crashing. It's been happening like 10 times over the last month, and it looks like Sebastian have fixed it already, but it won't go live until we patch. So that's also why we want to patch now as soon as we can, because we fix that node crash, we fix GeForce crashes, logging in issues, some client crashes in specific cases, and a lot of polished AI pathing. A lot of good stuff is coming in this patch. Ultimately, everyone wants everything yesterday. We are impatient, but without subs, I really don't think people can complain. The game easily offers enough for the cost of purchase. X, I think you're very accurate with that statement. It's also obviously understandable for anyone's opinions and complaints in different ways. But yeah, I mean, for us, we do what we can, and we did what we thought was right, obviously, to pause marketing and subscription, because we have, you know, everything is identified in terms of, yes, we have these issues initially in the network, which we have pretty much solved now, and we have these bugs that now obviously are bad for player experience, so we need to deal with those. I think we have a very clear path forward now. Act is lit, but not everyone's computer can support that huge of FPS drops. I mean, those battles was crazy, one of a kind. Like I said, I've never seen such a large fight in any game, period. From World of Warcraft to EVE Online, Ultima Online, Star Wars Galaxies, Anarchy Online. I've been in many big fights. Dark Age of Camelot. What the fuck is the other game called? I was in fighting quite a few big fights. Shit, what is it called? I forgot about it. But yeah, very impressive fight. but it was very expected that no one will, no way in hell, run this smoothly, because that will be impossible. Because there's so many high detailed characters and calculation on the screen that, you know, it will be impossible. But the good news are, we are highly optimizing the backend cost on the world. That will give more room. And we have one specific system that we know gonna improve the character costs on a screen greatly when we're done with that system. So it's gonna be extremely exciting when those two steps are in place, because I think we're all gonna be impressed by the performance going back with those numbers on the screen. It will be better 100%. The question is how much of a big difference, and I think it's gonna be quite a difference. When all patches end, will the game restart as like MO3? Most likely not, Poison. MO2 is the on the right engine, right pipeline to just keep on expanding along with the Unreal Engine expanding. It's built for the future now. Henrik, I use NVIDIA now a lot of times to play the game since Mod Online is available there. I often have multiple crashes. Yes, Dread, we have fixed that one in this next patch. That is also why we want to push it faster rather than later. So yes, a lot of that annoyance to logging in and crashes we have fixed. Don't skip the elementalism question. Sorry, I may have missed it. I was talking about saying it hasn't changed in 6 months. It's obviously it has. But people who say that just arbitrarily pick a number to make their statement without actually even knowing where the game was exactly at that point in time. Yeah, for sure. I mean, 6 months, we have had several patches over a period of 6 months. So it doesn't matter when you say it. There's no doubt that the game have tremendously improved over a period of 6 months, because just look at any of our patch notes. There's so much polish and bug fixes and good content and expansion in every single patch that just makes the game much better. I mean, look at one of the biggest celebration in the player base was when we increased the draw distance to the insane world record distances. Only that one was a game changer for most players. And it gives also a very much improved, exciting experience, because you can spot people all over the world on distance. It's really cool, right? So obviously groundbreaking steps have been taken the last 6 months. So that was a clear troll that haven't played it or heard anything. Maybe banned or hater and just have to make that statement. It's not that uncommon every now and then, right? Many Freda models are a really big part of the player base when subscription comes out. Many big MMOs have failed with sub. What do you think Mortal would do different? I mean, sure, there would probably be someone that don't think it's worth a subscription base, but we also see a quite persistent player base. Many of them have many accounts and don't seem to bother buying multiple accounts. And these players have invested a lot of time and effort and are looking forward to TC, and they also know that this game is built to be a subscription-based model, so they already know all that after I invested so much time and effort and some money in the game. It would be odd if all of those players, which is quite a lot, we can see the activity in our player base, and those numbers, hopefully most of them will at least keep one account, and that looks very promising at this point. And I'm sure, you know, with TC, with more players coming back, they also know what they're getting into. It's not news for those. There's a few thousand players that are just waiting for TC. They will invest more and have more excitement in the game with that patch. I would find it odd if they wouldn't think it's worth a beer or a coffee or a donut once a month to get that kind of experience. And it's a one of a kind, right? You don't get it anywhere. But sure, I could be wrong. I would be surprised though if it would totally lack players. It wouldn't make sense, I think, not at least looking at those kind of numbers. Aware that there is some kind of memory leak in game. After you played for a while, the FPS drops. If you restart the game, FPS goes back up. We had a few of those over the time, and we have fixed them. But it sounds that you're right. I've heard it a few times now that there could be a new leak. So that's something we need to look into, obviously. I'm not, you know, I've heard it a few times, not that much, but enough to suspect that, yeah, we may have a new memory leak that we need to find. I mean, we did some of those before. I could put a client on a specific location overnight and see if that is true, to identify area, location, what happens. And there's some tools obviously also to look for memory leaks, so we'll take a look. In Eve, we recently had a 2K fight. Yeah, Eve is, I like Eve. I played it close to release, on and off over the years. There's a huge difference, obviously, why I can't really compare a Mortal fight scene with Eve Online fight scene, and I think you suspect what I mean by this. It's not really a fair comparison in terms of apples and apples. It's more like orange and apples. First of all, they have static spaceships, and when you scroll out in big flight fights, you see dots on the screen. They're not really moving mechanical, organic components with animation, real-time fights, tracing a hit, line of sight traces, calculation of specific data. It's a dream when it comes to how easy you can get away with amazing performance without having to struggle with anything complicated. It's like when Sebastian and me bash our head in the wall and say, how the hell do we solve this and that? And we say, imagine if we were in space. We could just solve everything. So there's so many components you can throw out the window that you don't even have to consider at all when it comes to performance. It's also an instance-based game. I'm sure you know that every single jump is a new server. So there's no correlation when it comes to performance in one world where everyone is connected. You jump from one server to another server. So a very smart system. Again, perfect to get away of endless performance. It's like another continent for us, for instance. A little bit the same thing, a little bit. So, yeah, you know, that's an obvious thing that you don't have those limitations in that kind of game. But like I said, you can't compare that then with what you're experiencing in Mortal Online. All those components that cost and calculate in a way that is necessary for a fight, you don't do in that game. But I'm sure you understand what I mean, that it's an impossible comparison. That's why I added, or I always say that compared to any other game in the same genre, same type of system, where you have those components on your screen that is necessary to play the game. If I will bring further optimization, that fight we had will have plus 20 to 30 frames, if not more. It depends heavily on the art team. If we don't do the work, you're not gonna see any performance gains, but we are doing the work, obviously. So yes, the goal is to have a worldwide performance running around in the world. You should see an improvement both in frames but also memory usage, and those nasty stalls when you load one level to another level that freezes your computer. Those are very bad experience-wise. Those will be reduced and eliminated in some ways. So yeah. And I would get called a career for asking, but I'm asking anyway. I guess a PvE version, be it a PvE server or even complete another game, is out of question, even in the far future. Mortal Online 2, as it is, won't have additional universe with other rule set that disable PvP. You know, again, that is a question that we get every now and then from people that wanna enjoy the game without being attacked by players, which is understandable, right? So, but the game core and essence and golden rules are tied to PvP interactions, both hostile but also non-hostile wise. So what we're trying to mold and balance is more giving those different areas and options where it's not as apparent where you always get jumped and harassed whenever you leave a town, but mold the balance in the world that those that enjoy PvP will go to PvP areas and function where that becomes exciting and fun, while those that just enjoy PvE and want to avoid PvP as much as possible can go towards those areas and avoid a lot of that. There will always be the risk of crossing path, obviously, and that's also part of the game. I think having that fear and excitement that could happen also adds a unique feeling. Even though you don't want a PvP, it can add something of value, and of course can also be a quite disappointment if you do die and lose and you know, whatever that may be. But I still think it kind of adds this element of the fear of danger out there, may it be a bear or a monster or a player that can cross path with you, and depending on your skills and survivability and preparation, you may avoid it or survive or succeed. Yeah. If games fail with subs, it was because it wasn't that good of a game without subs. People want to support good games and see them still going. Yeah, that's true also. I mean, we hear very often, start the subs so we can get rid of the crap and we want to support you. And we understand that, but obviously we all know that we need to reach that milestone before it's acceptable by most players. But when talking about sub-based model, even though many says, yes, we're not ready yet, we agree to that, but we still support the subscription model, because what are the differences, right? Either you have to be paid to win cosmetic and crazy stuff every month to be added, or locked content, new areas that you have to buy to access, and there's always something locked behind money, because that's the only way to make a game. You need to have a profit, income to cover the costs and be able to make the game. So for us, it was an easy choice. We don't want to make it pay to win or lock content or dumb it down or make you look like a unicorn the more money you spend, and then eventually look like a hurricane, and then it needs to look even more crazy every month because people needs to buy it, because that's the only way to get money for us. It would dumb down the game. It will make the game worse. It will give players less reward. When you actually do discover something unique, you can offer that to the player base. So we just want to open up the eyes for everyone. Look, you get a much better gaming experience, and you get everything for free, including expansions, if we can support a subscription-based model and get rid of all that crap that was invented by those free-to-play, pay-to-win games. We don't want that to destroy our game. And since we have an older audience as an average, I also think that everyone could afford a coffee and a donut to get this game going for another month. And of course, with discounts, the greater commitment. We all will benefit from it, you know. Not only us being able to obviously run the company and expand, but the game will be better and offer something better, and it will expand if we can cover the costs and keep growing. So that's the only thing we want everyone to consider before they say, I'm used to pay free to play, that's better. But if you're serious in a free to play game, you're paying more than $14 a month. That's just a fact, and everyone knows it that are a serious gamer. If you want to be a serious Diablo player or Ark player or any of those free-to-play games, you need to invest a lot of money, and their average is far more than $14. That's what's crazy. It's too expensive. But why the hell are you then spending $50 a month on that game that always rips you off, because next month that is passé and you need to spend another amount a month? It's brilliant for the business model, and you know, if I wouldn't have to sacrifice the game for it, sure, I wouldn't mind having a, you know, even more profit for the company, but I want to build the best freaking sandbox game in the world. And if we just get a growing, healthy player base, we can make that happen, and we can expand and make it even better and exciting in the future. That's all. His point was finding that large in real time. Anything over several hundred EV, you get time dilation. Yeah. That too. You talk about what building are gonna be able to be sieged. You will be able to siege any structure with the TC patch. Does something like nanite in Unreal 5 help improve character rendering as well, or only environment? Only static meshes. Nanites isn't supported on skeleton meshes. It's only static meshes currently. You guys consider simplifying character visuals that are further away during massive fights to help with people's FPS? We already have a character load system in the game, but it's so freaking smooth that you don't really notice it, and that's the whole point with it. But yes, obviously there are very important load states, not only polygon-wise, but different types of load states in different areas the further away you are. Everything from data, network data, to skeleton, to polygons and materials, eventually also more. That makes that possible. I mean, you wouldn't, if we didn't have the load system that we worked so much on and optimized the skeleton system and all that, you would have 1 FPS during those fights with hundreds on the screen. So we already done tremendously, and that's why we have quite an impressive baseline performance. But we will do more, for sure. FSR 2 with Unreal 5. We will hopefully be able to do that. I still haven't looked into it if there's a nice plugin for supporting Unreal 5 that NVIDIA has, but hopefully they do. Then probably we can make that happen smoothly. Yeah, man, just got here. Can you show me Glacier Sharp, please? You missed the show, man. You missed the show. I have shut down the game. And it's actually getting quite late, and I'm actually running 2 hours more than expected already. So you have to watch the rematch VOD that we're gonna put online tomorrow, so you can see some of the spells. I didn't plan to show anything actually, because we are in a mid-constructing again, and we're missing some sounds. But I showed a little bit, and it looks great. The next patch be the Epic Store upgrade? No. The next patch will be a huge network optimization, AI pathing, tons of bug fixes and polishing, alchemy components effect coming in, tower shield balances, dismount knockdown functions, and elementalism pack 1. So a lot of important steps in various areas. After that, the main patch is TC. After that is the Epic game patch, with a lot of other areas. Indeed. Thank you for the reminder that I was supposed to do shorter streams. I failed miserably today. I apologize for that. You have... I'm talking about some high passion areas, you know. It's hard to just end it and I enjoy your company. It's always nice to... talk about these things, right? The subcast is well worth it. I'm happy to hear that, and hopefully we will have enough to be able to continue our journey in even greater size. Obviously, that's the goal, right? Minimum break even, then of course next step to be able to grow. If we can grow, you will see more features simultaneously in upcoming patches. So obviously it's gonna be more exciting for the game also. Multiple accounts with subscription MMOs is not odd at all. People in Emo Line paid 5+ subscription for years. Same with Lineage 2 when it was still sub-based. Yeah, there are still golden, you know, quite old MMOs that are running successfully on MMO subscription-based models. I mean, I did end my subscription on Emo Line when I hadn't played it for a few years because, you know, obviously not playing it for so long and I've been so busy in Mortal Line. But obviously I played Ultima Line since day one. I think I was subbing that for 11 years. I was subbing every single game after that, like Star Wars Galaxies, Anarchy Online, all of them, and you know, good games. And as long as I see a value, you know, if I know I get everything, fair game, everything full game experience with a set number that isn't outrageous, you know, like $14, I would happily pick that over any free-to-gameplay game, because I know exactly what a free-to-play game is. You know, I'm gonna run into several walls eventually, and I can't enjoy the game. And they're clever, you know. At the beginning, you're evolving and expanding quickly and fast, powerful, and you feel, I don't have to pay anything. Then bam, right into a wall, and you're stuck if you don't start paying. And then you think, I'm gonna be so great if I just pay this a little bit. So you pay that, and then you get used to do a payment in that game. So it becomes a standard to pay it every freaking month. Then bam, you're paying 50 a month rather than 15 a month. And the big waves are paying 5,000 a month. It's crazy. Sorry. So yeah, for the gamer's sake, it's a better model for the gamer and experience to protect the game integrity and, you know, what you're getting. And I think most people can see that when they put it out there on the table and compare it to the other games and what we're getting. Game have low population for the map, and you expect when the subs go out it will increase. Buzz, no. So we have had a growing population for quite a while, since December. And when we peak out, you run into play anywhere on Milan. I even got a lot of PM saying, well, the game starts to feel quite alive and I can't even survive one journey anymore. I always get jumped left and right there. You know, Milan is quickly shrinking. And as soon as you add a few hundred around those thousands numbers, it does change very quickly. Everything over 2,000 is a quick, you know, quite a distinctive change, gameplay experience-wise. But, you know, most people appreciate that there's a lot of action and players all over spread out on Milan. So obviously we want to be able to have a nice, good population. And obviously we can afford more players than we have now. Like I said, the players are expected to, you know, the players are expressed that we're coming back when you deliver those patches. You know, whenever that happens, we will be there. So obviously we are expecting more players with Elementalism that is around the corner, and obviously we expect a lot more with TC when we know there's many old players and guilds that are coming back only for TC, because that's the only thing they want to play around with. So obviously we will keep on growing the population with Epic Game Release. We expect to grow even more over time. Marketing influences. So hopefully we'll have several thousands of players, even more. And, you know, everyone also knows we're very open and clear with what you're getting with the subs. So yes, we will get a few less cheaters that don't want to pay money for the game and try things. We will get a few less dummy wasting accounts and more value accounts being active, most likely. So if, you know, if we look at some of the direction, data and feedback, we're looking at a very exciting direction, starting already with next patch and TC, and obviously Epic Games after that. Yeah, we looking at growing the player base on a steady rate along with that delivery. And when we reach the milestone for Epic Games, we are starting the free month and then subscriptions, so we can clear out the crap and get to serious business. That's the goal. Casual players want free to play or pay to win. MO2 definitely not for the casuals. Subs won't be niche for MO2. I mean, we can see clearly those that are dedicated, active players, I'm quite sure all of them will have at least one account, and that's enough for us to keep going. Everything else and growing from there on is a nice, exciting bonus, and only time will tell, right? I was throwing some fireballs indeed. I actually was. You use time dilation to make it work. Yeah. I saw what he meant up there. Tabulation and also 1 Hertz tick rate normally is what, 10 plus at least, I reckon. Yeah, but like I said, it's a completely different system and gameplay. It's like pixels flying in a path that you can 100% predict, automated attacks that has raw numbers on when you can enable them, and then a chance on hit miss. Everything is completely different. There's no real-time calculations or collision or manual flight directions in real time. You know how Evil Line is, right? And it's so forgiving in terms of developing it and making that scale up without running into very challenging difficulties to solve that you have to do in a real-time based combat where you're all there as a player, first person, run around. It just puts you to 10 times other levels of struggles you have to solve in an MMO that you just get rid of in a game like Evil Line. Evil Line is a spreadsheet simulator on top of what they have time dilation for those big fights. Servers on the get to 10% speed. Yeah, that's one accurate statement as well, I think. It's a cool game. It's a cool game. I enjoyed it for many years. I'm a big supported. I have just seen so many MMOs that went out with sub, but were forced to get rid of sub and go totally free to play, like the Star Wars MMO. I don't think Elder Scrolls Online, etc. But going free to play hurt the community more. That's true. I also agree that free to play will hurt the game, will hurt the players in one way or another. And I hope that we will have enough entertainment so it's worth that donut and coffee once a month. But only time will tell, right? Can make taming professional skill. Nobody uses taming in combat. Most use it to make money. What about Planet Side 2? Quite different also. There's no real-time traces, pairing, or components like that at all. It's quite a lot of things you can throw out the window as well. Shooting, you know, a line trace pretty much, and some slowdown projectiles. Very forgiving to work around with as well in an MMO. So you can, again, throw out quite a lot of things. And PlanetSide have two components, right? Running around shooting and using a vehicle. That's it. That's it. And capture a base thing, kind of. So very, very... Having that as a project is like, okay, we do these 3 things and we're done. For us, it's like, okay, we have these 1,000 things and then 100 things after that. Okay, how do we put it together? Sometimes we wish we did something easier, but we're trying to do the dream game, so we don't want to cut that, right? We try to do that, so, but it comes at a challenge, and we've seen that challenge over the years for Mortal 9. But I think it's worth it, because now finally we're getting to the juice, guys. Getting to the juice. But yeah, I really enjoyed PlanetSide 1 when it first arrived. It was a very nice, cool game. Some inspiration from that. And I looked at their network solution, how they were doing things when we started our Mortal 1 journey. But yeah, there's quite a few things you can throw out that you don't have to struggle with. That makes it a little bit more straightforward, simple to do on the network side. So we have a much more higher sophistication level of things that happens in our game and on the network that are challenges in various ways. Yeah. Those games that were forced to go free to play, there was 2 things I also think there. One thing, there was a popular era where you could become extremely successful, profitable wise by going free to play, because all those casual and young audience just said, Mama, pay this $50 for me on my birthday. I want this unicorn or this weapon. I want to be the best. And then there was the whales. Shit, I want to shit on everyone, so I'm going to pay $5,000. So it becomes very popular. That obviously pointed out that, hey, maybe we should convert our business model to that and try to promote that and try to make more money. Very understandable. Many jumped over to that kind of business model. And yeah, they invested many millions in a huge project like that with so many developers, that also requires that they have a higher margin they need to hit to sustain it, right? We only need a fraction of all of that on both sides to be successful, which obviously makes it more forgiving to not have to rely on that we absolutely need to have 500,000 players or it's game over, you know. We're not in that position either. What do I think of Star Citizen and similarities to MO2? So when I first started to look at Star Citizen, I was quite impressed of their visual levels, and some of the things I was missing in EVE Online, I saw in Star Citizen. I thought, oh wow, this is the evolution that I was missing in EVE Online. Really cool, looking forward to that. And then the years have been passing, and like they still don't have a MMO solution. Again, the biggest component and the most challenging thing in a MMO, depending on the game mechanics, is the network solution. And still not having a large-scale network solution for that game is a little bit surprising because they have the resources, right? But it's also a risk for them. I mean, how can they release and have everyone perfectly happy when the bar is so high for it and they're making so much money without, you know, releasing the game? It's a risk to take that step and, you know, kind of clash. So I also understand why they keep going in that nice phase and keep selling spaceships that people can fly around in. It's a very interesting model they have running there, quite successfully for many years. And some cool names that hypes the project, obviously. Some experience in the team there also behind it. But also the more and more I hear of it, without investigating much myself, I hear from sources and other gamers and developers that they're kind of taking a few different, another type of direction with the game. It's not looking to be really much that anymore, not looking to be that, more focused on single player content or, you know, some other areas that are seeing, what? Is that true? Are they changing that kind of direction? Which means, yeah, you know, I don't want to have that bar and to be disappointed that, okay, it was nothing that I was looking forward to, because it happens so many times, right, in MMOs that sell them as one thing, but it becomes something else. So I can't say for now. The question is if it's going to be a large-scale MMO or not is the first question, and when it does become that, what is the gameplay and how does the game play when that happens? And also, I think we surpassed them in our character models. If you push your character window, zoom in on the face, I think we surpassed them visually. But I'm biased, obviously. But just looking at the tech and the realism and visuals, there's a few areas I think we surpassed them. While it's a very beautiful game, obviously, Star Citizen. And when we go on Unreal 5, we're going to hit it a little bit harder. So it's going to be interesting for sure to see what happens, what comes out of it. But still not a MMORPG, and I'm lacking quite a lot over all these years with that kind of budget. I'm not sure what's going on. Will there be voice over to choose from to be able to role play using an in-game wipe? I'm not sure how that could be. You know, what the approach would be with that. It's an interesting field, right? We're looking to do face capture eventually, mouth movement, some synchronization there, and face capture synchronization. We played around with that a little bit already. I showcased a little bit of it in an early stage when I was playing as a Thursa here on the stream. And yeah, obviously pushing that further, we're looking at possible giving voice skins, stuff like that. So it's something that absolutely could happen down the road. It's a matter of prioritized order on what the community wants, I guess. If you only can make ping normalization work for pairing, I think lots more people will also play. I know it's very hard to accomplish though. Yeah, pairing with that system is a little bit different compared to a swing. It is tricky, and it's been a huge challenge, and we have squeezed the life out of it for so many months to make it as sharp and good and tight as possible. There are some limitations, absolutely, and they can't really be perfect with today's latency when it comes to MMO network solutions, even though we have, you know, we pushed it so far that it's not anymore our internal latency steps. the last step is actually distance latency, which obviously we can't solve, right? So yeah, we can never fully magically solve that in this time period, at least until latency, internet speed gets a new type of technology update, stuff like that. So obviously that would always be something that people have to adapt to and understand, that yes, there are flukes and there are some distances. The accuracy on hits and distance will always be a fluctuator depending on latency. And that's just simply the nature behind it. And if people can learn and adapt to that, which we have seen people are doing across the world, I think more people can enjoy it and still adapt and be very good at it and enjoy it. We noticed that a lot of people that said, I won't play it because it's in Europe, because when I played it on release days, they were hitting me from 20 meters distance and I couldn't even see their attacks. But you guys know that they played it when our server was lagging to death. That was server lag, internal server lag. It wasn't the distance latency. So we really hope that they will come back and try it without the server lag. They say, okay, now I can play the game for freaking sake. I can act. I can see what's happening, which they couldn't then. So I hope that at least will change. So all those players will see that, okay, now it's the distance latency rather than the internal server lag latency. And that's it's a day-night difference compared to when we have seconds of server lag under release chaos. Yeah. We will see. Like I said, we have a few options down the road when additional continents, how we can do some things in different locations in the world. So there will be some options down the road, absolutely. Yeah. We will have some broker search updates. I don't know when though, but there's some good quality of life like that people are requesting for sure. A payer sub, Henrik, very gracious of you. Very kind of you. Want a Bay Rainbow Unicorn mount skin from Toy Store? Indeed. That's how we want the game to look, right? Eventually everyone running around in those burning suits of fire lightning and just throw sparks everywhere because it's a pay to host model. Microtransactions. If the MO2 population surpasses 300k, do you still envision only one game server? So if we are reaching, anything close to that simultaneously, then obviously we need many continents, right? We don't have the final number yet that what Milan can sustain. We're gonna get those numbers when we can make the measurement on the new network update we have done now. We want to hit a number where we know that this is enough for one continent sized of Milan. We don't need more than that. The next step is to add more continents that can hold equal amount of players on them. So obviously, it's still the same world in that case, but with multiple continents. So they're spread out that way, and therefore we can handle the server load. If we get 300,000 players that want to play on day one on Epic Game Release, that will be obviously quite crazy. Obviously, we would only have one option practically, not to disappoint everyone again, and that is to start a lot of servers to handle it. Our goal is to still have them in the same universe, same world. We don't want to have to, have instant server that we have to scale down and then merge them over to the other server. Problems like that many other games have had to do. So we are looking into that now. That's why we're identifying the more final numbers we can sustain on Milan to be able to calculate. If we get this many players on release, we can handle it because we know the queue gonna move fast enough for it to be a non-issue. If it goes to this above number, we know that, okay, now the queue gonna be this long, it's not gonna be acceptable anymore. what are our options? Have another server that we can allow them to move back and forth from, so it's still in the same universe? Or are we talking insane amount that, you know, we just have to throw out a lot of servers to make sure everyone can jump in and play on day 1 and day 2, so we don't again make something close or similar to the position we were in the Steam release. So those are some of our options, right, that we are looking into now to get in place to be ready for quick growth, stuff like that. Milan felt very crowded with 5k. That's 300k. They're going to need more continents than we know or plan. Absolutely, that's what I mean. It wouldn't be practical. 5k could be a sweet number for the size of Milan. There would be people everywhere. Even when you run around in the jungle back then, you run into people. It was crazy. You couldn't even hide from anyone, even though in the remote jungles. So yeah, around 5,000 will mean Milan will be very populated. Maybe that's a pretty good number to have as a target per continent of that size. So yeah, obviously multiplying that up to 300,000 players, we will need a lot of continents spread out. The thing is also, as soon as you add a few more thousands that are playing simultaneously, the queue are moving super fast, surprisingly fast, because across the time zones, because we have one server across the world, someone is logging in and out every freaking second. So a queue with a few hundred moves very quickly if we have around 5,000 online. Obviously, if we have additional 10,000 trying to log in queue on top of that, it's a different story, right? And that's what we're preparing for, to make sure that we don't come in that situation again. That's my concern. No way I could see the game supporting 20k players in current state. Would love to see 300k plus people making this game succeed though. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, our goal have always been to, you know, a long-term goal over the years to grow around those numbers that Ultima Online have been in, EVE Online, because there's so much similarities that it wouldn't be an impossibility. There and like I said, there's a growing population that wants this kind of game mechanic. We see those popular games that have tons of players that they will feel right at home. And we saw the tendency during the stress test. Thousands of new players never heard of it, said, holy shit, this is a game changer and I love it and I'm looking forward to the future. So that is absolutely a possibility over time to, you know, get to those numbers. And our goal is to always, you know, have a healthy growth and hopefully be able to add continent after continent, expand the world, so we can obviously sustain that kind of player base over time. But yeah, the question is what time frame, and you know, it's impossible to say if Epic Game release goes as planned and our viral marketing explodes, some of the big ones are picking up and bringing in armies of players. We have to be ready to scale up very quickly to don't lose that ball rolling this time, right? And yeah, it's important for us. But obviously the best thing would be that we have a steady growth, you know, every month have a steady growth, so we have proper time to make perfect adjustments to support it with continents. But yeah, we need to have an additional Milan server if we can't sustain, you know, if it becomes madness, you know, and have that in the right way. Yes. Let's see. Am I volume low? What? Oh. Fletching will come later. Free to play game. Holy moly, you're still streaming. Yeah, I failed. I think I have to think I have to end it now, guys. I failed on my plan to make a 2.5 hour stream today. As you can see, I failed miserably. Server capacity has been touched on, but can you explain what the capacity you're reaching for is? How close are you having the size of population in the game at once you want? How is it possible to do that after TC, as Roadmap says? So we actually made it's been a constant work on the servers, so it's not everything for TC. This next patch is actually one of the biggest optimization we have since ever. It's a huge rework of certain parts of the network. And like I said, it's hard to say. We talked about it with the community a little bit. What do you think is a good sweet spot player population wise on a size like Milan continent? What do you think? Obviously you can feel and estimate just as much as we can when we look at the player counts on Milan and how it feels and what the player says. I think that, when we are around 2000, it feels very alive and people get jumped when they're crossing from one city to another city. There's quite a lot of action. If we can push in twice that, obviously there's going to be twice the action across Milan, right? And, obviously we don't want it to be like a crowded deathmatch fest where you don't have any space to explore, fight, build, and you constantly always have players in and out of your screen that it steals a little bit additional performance, obviously also on your client. So there needs to be a sweet spot, right, where we are happy. This is sufficient for this size. Now we just need to move on with additional continents after that. I mean, what is your estimates on this? Would be a good number for a continent like Milan. Star Citizens is not an MMO, correct? Not yet, at least. Clara Victus, I think I tried it 2016. It felt quite clunky, network-wise, combat-wise, very baseline. See what I were trying to do, but not really something for me. I see they're kicking it off now with a launch and got some streamer going on action and quite a lot of players showing up, which is cool to see that, going from slumbering state up and down since 2016 to get quite a lot of players recently, to my understanding. And people having fun. It's a fresh new Rush take. But a little I tried again. I'm sure they've changed a lot since then, so I can't really, say much than what I experienced back then. But quite a different game, more arcadey, jump in, jump out, instanced, teleporting. Focus more on the fights, I guess. I don't know. Quite different from Mortal Online, and some other directions that doesn't simply fit as for the Mortal Online view. But I don't know more than that, and I don't know the latest states. This game is using Unreal Engine 4 and soon Unreal Engine 5. We are running Unreal 5 internally already, working a lot on that, so we're gonna take the switch soon. Push the game from the most beautiful game currently to even more beautiful. It seems to be the first live large-scale MMORPG running on Unreal 5 still. There's nothing currently on the roadmap that seems to be beating us, so we may be the first one. We will see. We will see. 20k players, each continent will be 10k players. So 20 continents, you would need years to make that from our design. If we get that kind of player base, we're gonna always have a huge influx of money, right? Which means I can hire an army of artists to mass produce continents. So, but yeah, obviously if I need them on day one, we're gonna be quite behind, which means we need to simply start multiple Mirlands and then merge those into the new continents over time and have the system ready for that, so that it's still connected in the same universe. So we're working on those backup plans if things explodes. With additional continents, we actually have infinite capacity. That's equivalent to, it's a new setup server that hosts those players. So when you move from Milan to Saruka, for instance, those players over Saruka won't have any cost effect on the server for Milan. So that is why we need multiple continents to cover more and more players. A little bit similar to the different galaxies, the warp jumps in Evil Line, right? It's multiple servers. No, subscription is not yet active. Plan for the Epic Game release. What's with the terrestrial moon planet in the sky? Any plans for that? You will see. You will see. I mean, there's so much in a plan that started 16 years ago, and a lot of that is obviously in slumber, and we never be able to proceed in a few areas because we had to, back to the core. What's exciting is that we're slowly stepping out of slumber in a few areas. And it's slowly getting towards exciting times for Stalwart Immortal Line. Thank you, Yohama. I'm gonna scroll down here and see if okay, here the numbers are coming from the players that I was asking minutes ago. Sorry for the delay. Okay, so you are thinking 4.5k players on Milan, 3,000, 2k, 2k to 3.5, 2.5 max. You're pretty close to our estimates and what we also think could be a good level for us map sized of Milan. Quite close. So, yeah. You're stating the game can't support X because it's not that good, but that's money. Why would we invest in the game as players or financial investors if you're stating you're happy with a cap on players? Don't you want the value of your product to grow past the cap? Of course I want. I'm not sure if we misunderstand each other's here. So I mean, we need a small amount of players, as to, become successful as our small team. And as soon as we see that we have additional fundings to expand the team, we will do that as fast as we can to expand the game even faster and better, right? And we are making sure we have a additional plan B for the Epic Game. If we get a lot more players than we can support, we're going to make sure we can support them in a proper way and to be able to scale up and down in a proper way again after that session. So, yeah. So I would say that this is the early, exciting beginning of Mortal Online, and we are already slowly growing. I think we will grow faster with TC, and hopefully we will explode on the market with Epic Games in a good way and just keep on growing and make the game even better and larger and expand it to additional continents so we can support more players over time depending on the initial player increasement. It's obviously very important for us to know so we can prepare the possible plan B steps if we need to scale up quickly during those days. And again, having 3,000 players simultaneously online, we can, very roughly calculate, multiply that with 10 as active paying player base, if that's the numbers we are looking at having online at any given time on an average, very roughly based. So seeing 3,000-4,000 online means we have a pretty steady active player base that play on a daily basis. And obviously that means we are already expanding and growing if that happens. The player can't survive over 5k though. Even vets struggle to get around, too much PvP, and in town is crowded. Maybe 5k is on the edge of being too much on Mirland. Yes. It's a good number though to be able to support, because we never know. Again, when people are starting moving across other continents, there may be time when a lot want to go to Mirland and they are not all spread out at all given times. So we also need some overhead, right? So people can, you know, travel around the continents without having a hard cap. Nope, you can go in. It's exactly this number, rather than that having more like, yeah, you can go in. We see the delta time is going up a little bit. That's why we have that threshold before, you know, you have to, you know, go somewhere else. So, but yeah, I think it looks like most people agree that 5,000 will be a very crowded Mirland, and obviously all hotspots being completely swamped, even though we're going to add a lot more hotspots and spawners spread out on Mirland to help that, obviously. But yeah, obviously 5,000 will be a huge population on a map like Mirland. But to make sure we can support it, even though you will feel, you know, some higher delta time or having a lot of FPS struggle because players everywhere, and yeah, some conflicts everywhere, we need to have that overhead to make sure people can at least travel from Mirland, from Sarka to Mirland, and then have Baltar, for instance. But this is why it's nice to, you know, start spreading the continents, having sea servers. So whenever people want to be pirates and go out to this deep sea, that also helps with that offloading. Games start to struggle on some nodes with below 2k. No, we don't have any struggle at all on the servers anymore. That is in the past, and we're very happy with that. But the other struggle now is clients, right? If you have a few hundred players around you, your FPS is going to get a hit, naturally. But we're working on optimizing that. But our nodes can handle by far the biggest battle ever, and you have seen that with the ACT coalition war. When all nodes were operational normally, there was no delta time whatsoever, even no high stress or load on those nodes or servers in general. When we had that record around 440 something players, was just the FPS hit on the clients, which was expected at that time. But yeah, the servers is higher capacity now, so we are within those aim target. We're just gonna see what kind of overhead we have and make sure everything works correctly. 5 to 10k is sweet spot for Milan, but I see a cap to the business products. What do you mean? How do you see a cap on a business product when we can scale that up into infinity? I don't follow. Yeah, I think 10k would probably be too much on Milan. I think many are correct that will be crazy and chaotic and difficult to achieve things. And I mean, imagine that when everyone gonna build their house, the space gonna run out very quickly, right? People gonna build cities, TC, even harder, right? So, but yeah, 5,000 I think would be a good top peak to be able to handle that, at least to make sure that the overhead is there. I mean, we are getting those that tried it, you know, in Steam launch. We had them ready. A lot of influencers, a lot of streamers, a lot of old players, a lot of that tried it, that have high hopes but couldn't experience it. We have a good plan to get them all try it again once at least for free and get a feel. And I'm sure many of them gonna be pleasant surprised that holy shit, okay, I can actually run around and I can see people running around, which they couldn't on a Steam release. No wonder why they stopped the game, right? And gave it a bad review because you couldn't even see an enemy run. You just died out of air. That's not a good experience. But if they play it now and see, holy shit, I was looking forward to play this game, and now it fucking works. No wonder they're gonna stay around and enjoy it. Bam, grow, boom, logic. And Shika, you maybe want to go to another continent on the American continent. Isn't that literally their plan to get players back? Yes, it is. It's one of the big plans. And many of them will, because they were very much looking forward to a game like Mortal Online, but was highly disappointed when we wasted their time in queues, or if they came in, they just died out of thin air. I mean, I don't blame them, right? Who would continue playing if that was happening? And some of them were high-tier streamers and gamers, so they just gave up. They didn't want to show their audience a buggy game. Fully understandable, right? We took a hard hit, but we are making a comeback, and we're gonna invite them back, and they're gonna see, holy shit, okay, now I can enjoy the game as it was intended. Hopefully many will enjoy it and stay. Oh, throat. I'm sure many of them will give it a try, because this was the game they were looking forward to, and it's still here, just that now it's gonna work. And many of them forgot about the game, and it's because we've been in the shadows, and now we're gonna show them we're back. Give it a try. We're gonna reach out to Shroud and the big guys that also said they wanted to try it, but not when it was in a broken state. They almost forgot about the game as well. We're gonna reach out to them. Gonna have them all try it, and hopefully many will enjoy it, just like you guys. I mean, it is understandable why they got pissed, right? When they were highly anticipating an awesome war, which they've seen other enjoying the games throughout the stress beta, but they couldn't, and they just died out of thin air. So, you know, quite understandable. And like I said, sitting in queues for hours and hours, not the best experience. So very understandable, but I don't see a reason for them not to give it a try again, because many of them were had a very high, we're very much looking forward to try it. Heard and seen a lot of excitement about it, but couldn't get close to that. So it would be strange if many of them wouldn't try it again when they hear, okay, now it actually works. Let's go. Let's go. Chica, yes, goodbye, my troll. Goodbye. All right. So we're handling 4K players? Doubt it. You will see, Spoolie. You will see. You can doubt as much as you want. $5K players only online. Kiss solo players goodbye. What? Prozone issued. We are at the dawn of excitement and the future of Star Wars Immortal Online. It's gonna be very exciting. Very exciting. Even for the haters, they're gonna have so much to hate, because they hate when something goes in the right direction. The real troll haters, you know? There's always those. A few of them, a handful. Plans to add points of interest? Yes, Epic Games is gonna have plenty of points of interest added, along with a few hundred more mobs, humanoids spread out over Midland. Abba Online have network issues with their server scaling. I would say that all MMOs in the world have had different types of launching and network issues, from medium scale to extreme chaos scales. I've never seen a perfect MMO launch in any type of form, period. And I watched many of them. Chicka pow, chicka boom. Is Jonah Vale going to try the game again? Of course he will. I mean, he has so many enemies to show his might. And I mean, he is a big fan of these type of games, right? And he had a blast for many months during the beta, which I have seen him enjoy a few other games that long. Of course, he was very mad that we couldn't fulfill the promised or goal of delivering TC shortly after release, but we all know what would happen if we did that. If we ignored the problems and just added TC on top of that mess, it would be game over. So we took responsibility. We did what we had to do, and it sucks and people got disappointed and had to wait and scream and yell, and that's understandable, but we will all enjoy Mortal Online when we get it right, and we will. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing him on the battlefield again, There's no hard feelings or grudges, People hate me every now and then. I know it's a very passionate game, and there's hate because we care, right? Makes sense. Summit 1 still had a game in his Steam library a couple of months ago. Yes, he was one of the streamers that saw the hype, was excited, and he's a good gamer also, so I think he have a fair chance to get into the game. But yeah, all the madness and chaos. He's a veteran when it comes to launching MMOs in chaos madness, so it's not worth trying, and I think that was good that Shroud and Summit actually didn't experience that chaos themselves. They just heard it from others, and now they it's in slumber again. But we remind them with Epic Game release and show them, holy shit, with Unreal Engine 5 and some really spectacular things, one of a kind and first in the world. And hopefully they will try it. And we are ready to scale the crap out of the servers. Hope you succeed, Henrik. This game has its issues, and I don't agree with everything you do or say, but so tired of all these greedy game companies running everything into the ground to make a few bucks. Prozone, yes, that I agree to. Your beard is looking pretty awesome. What are the upcoming tower shield change? With nerf this current augment tank beta. Tower shields will have their right weight. First of all, they are quite out of place. So that's one of the tower shield changes. We'll be able to play with our face creation options and change our current character looks. Later we'll be able to change a few things on your character, like hairstyle, beard style, colors, stuff like that, but not the actual face proportion, and that makes you you. A lot has happened in a year, dude. Indeed. And finally getting to last golden pieces is a big achievement. Boom, chicka boom. You need more gamers running these companies and not guys in suits for sure. Yeah, I mean, most of those companies have older CEOs, right? And they don't care about the game design. They care about the bugs, right? So when they say, talk with the game developers, so should we make a Ultima Online clone or should we make a WoW clone? Do we have the resources to make a better WoW game? Yes. What the hell? There you go. Make a WoW clone. Every single large company have done this and still do it today. And it makes sense, because if you have the resources and you can compete with WoW, why wouldn't you? You're not worse than WoW, right? That's how you look at yourself, as one of those big companies. That means I have a market to grab, because there's nothing like Ultima Online. We have Mortal Online, and we're taking that step now, claiming that throne, and then we're gonna push hard, move forward with your help and support, guys. Very important for the MMO sandbox genre. And we're going to make it happen, guys. We're going to make it happen. Finally. Finally. You are the masterpiece, lol. Henrik, got late, but I'm here. Thanks always, bro, for your efforts. Thank you very much. I think this will be the calling for me. People getting tired of watching me talking in circles now. And I'm getting a little bit tired and I'm a little bit losing my voice, I can hear. Tell you what, if you make a Star Wars Galaxies clone and do it right, you'll be very successful. Yeah. You will see what we have to offer in the future. Does your wife not yell at you, Henrik? She's asleep. She's been asleep for a few hours already. She knows that I get stuck on these stream evenings, so she just gives up and goes to sleep. But she understands. She knows that this is my life work, and I won't ever give up, and I will make it happen, and we will get there together, and we are getting close. So it's a last big sprint for us. Star Wars Galaxy was real good at the time, and they were quite successful. But I think they made a big mistake, and that was giving in for everyone wanted to become Jedis, and then it crashed from there. That was a big mistake. When things went south after that decision in the company. Understandable why. So many young people wanted to become Jedis, right? Be the hero, be the one. But it didn't work. The game died after that. And then I made a new Star Wars Galaxies, Star Wars game. Invested more in that, so they didn't want to compete. So they shut it down and went over to something that was different and worse. I don't know. Anyway, that's my take on it. All right. Time for some sleep. Do we have anyone streaming here today? We do. Let's see. Let's do the classic vote. My brain is on reserves right now. Let Mortal Line be Mortal Line. Indeed. Damn, my throat. I hope I'm not getting sick. Hopefully it's just because I've been talking too much. Get a little annoyances in the throat, but hopefully not sick, only too much talk. After all, it's 6 hours, so let's... No, wait. What the hell do I have my button here? Let's do a quick vote. What the hell? What the hell? And let's see. Okay, quick vote, guys. Do your vote. Who are we gonna raid? Drink some tea with honey. Yeah, that would be nice. Some tea would be nice, actually. Thanks for the stream, Hendo. Right, because oh my gosh, Henrik took a nap and I'm gonna stream. You're king. 100% agree. I was both on musician. Where everyone's special, no one is. Exactly. When everyone is special, no one is. The effect of these spells shown on players, like on fire, a fulmination or corrupt. Yes, I agree. Good night. Thanks for stream. Rest up, Henrik. Thanks to you, honey. Thanks for stream. Even though people shit on your life's work all the time, I think it's fabulous. Keep it going, Henrik. Obviously, I'm focusing on you guys that understand what the game is or trying to be, and you know, give proper feedback, both the good and bad, and being adults about it. We are very happy with that communication. So yeah, obviously, we are on everyone, but when they get out of hand and just become a silly troll, we just have to move on, right? Let's see, where did the vote go? So it was G45K. The Dangerous Murder won the raid today then. Alright. We love you, Henry. I love you too, guys. You are a very fabulous audience, and I appreciate your support, really, because it's been a rough journey for all of us at Star Wars. It's not been an easy path, and there's been issues, struggles, and mistakes, and everything, right? But I really believe in being open, transparent, and show everything, and hopefully the game will speak for itself. I think that's the only thing we can do. All right. So thank you all for joining in again. All the donations, questions, subscriptions, and all of that. I appreciate it, and the whole team do appreciate it. Let's raid J45K. Let's see if he's an evil bastard today or if he's helping some noobs. You never know. You never know. Let's see. Let's shock him, guys. Let's give him a big chicka boom when we join in, right? And then let's see what the hell he's up to. If he's complaining when he gets his horse killed after he's killed 4 other people, you never know. You never know. It's the life of a murderer. Let's do the raid. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. He's a good guy. I know in his heart he's a little cucumber. All right. Thank you very much for tonight, guys. I'm gonna take some tea and some snacks, and then let's see. Did my raid working? All right. Have a good night. And here goes the raid. The raid. What? Did I fail on my raid? It's always something going on when my window's open too long. My raid didn't work, right? I don't think so. Is he complaining? Oh my god. Did my raid fail? You're already raiding. What? How can it says I'm already raiding when I'm not? I don't get it. What? Wait. I have not raided him, right? Okay, now the button is available. I'll try to raid now, so hopefully it works. Have a good night if it works. Did it? Did it work, guys? Yes. Good night.
Thank you for the raid. What's up, guys? Chickaboom.